Man, several things that you seeing from me right now. You know, if you watching this content, man, it's the first day I've been live in like 5 days, which means that I had a scheduled live stream that was set to be done or released, which would have been on yesterday, December 27th. Our first ever picks and parlays, by the way. You know what I'm saying? But due to extenuating waiting, I would say circumstances that I keep having to deal with. And I don't have no problems with dealing with them at all. But I keep having to deal with them. And if I keep having to deal with them, I'm going to keep having to file cases and lawsuits, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, keep having to train police officers, keep having to train police departments. I mean, we're about to have to start training the Department of Justice, man. Think about that. A regular paralegal, big ghostwriter, finna start writing cases on the Department of Justice, man. We have to get our police officers in line and in check, man. We have to have our police departments moving with compassion, man. Especially at a time during Christmas, when you say. But I'm saying, if you what I say, if you train those police officers to have empathy, I think we'll get a lot better results than what we have been getting, man. You know what I'm saying? That's my take on the situation. But it's League Wars Live, man. We into it. You guys see it. You cruising with Ghost Rider. It's episode 20. You ain't actually cruising with Ghost Rider, man. You know what I'm saying? You in the lab with Ghost Rider today, man. You feel that? Yeah, boy. I know y'all feel that, man. For those of y'all who don't know, man, or y'all who really don't follow the content, man, I'm sorry I got it all junky on the bed like that for you. You know, you know what I'm saying? For those who don't know or who don't follow the content, man, you know, we've been outside, man, for a minute, man, for a long time. Ghost Rider been streaming outside for a long time. Y'all already know. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, I still be out there, you know what I'm saying, cruising with Ghosts. You see it's titled Cruising with Ghosts, but we not actually cruising with Ghosts. We inside, we indoors. We doing a live stream, man. If y'all coming to the live stream, I ask that y'all like the video, double tap the screen for me, subscribe to the channel. Make sure y'all hit that notification bell. If you guys are new here, you know what I'm saying, how we do it on League Wars Live, I'm going to give you guys a story. That's what I'm basically going to give you. Yes, baby, I hear you. I hear you what you're saying. What I'm finna do, guys, I'm finna give you guys a story. Basically, Trump's second term marks a significant departure from his first term. Jay said the last year's school for deaf people are going to be safe than usually get paid for. I feel sorry for deaf people because I always say things all the time about how I feel, what I'm going to do, what I'm going to think, and people don't hear me, and I know they just deaf. And they say they words like I'm supposed to listen to them, but they don't understand this is my life and this is my thing. So they deaf and they just deaf and they got wax in their ears. And we'll keep clearing the wax out their ears, but we gonna keep moving. The train don't stop. Like Diddy say, boy, can't stop, won't stop. It don't never. I try to told you that from the get-go. It ain't gonna never stop. However we move it, we gonna move it. This League War is live. The only thing cracking is new lawsuits. That's the only thing cracking. We got 2 new lawsuits on the way. That's the only thing cracking is new lawsuits. Other than that, man, what Ghost Rider doing ain't stopping. You know, I'm filing lawsuits and I'm on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? What's up, Cheetah? So, man, Trump's second term marks a significant departure from his first term. That's what analysts say. As you guys come into the stream, I ask that y'all like the video, subscribe to the channel. Make sure y'all hit that notification bell, guys. What I'm about to do right now, okay? I got politics for you, NPR. It's speaking about President Trump's first year on foreign policy, and his second term surprised many for a lot of different reasons. Okay? So on the transcript, you have Jana Summers, the host. From the first days of his second term, it was clear that President Trump had an aggressive approach to how he would wield American power abroad. How many people got a problem with President Trump wielding American power abroad? Because, see, you could say, hey, Ghost, ha, 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 you laughing at him, you cracking at him, you making fun of him. But I've told plenty of people I'm a conservative. So him wielding power in Venezuela, I've been for it. Him wielding power in Ukraine, I've been for it. Him wielding power in the Middle East, I'm for it. I'm for American exceptionalism on the world stage. It is a very trying time because that Chinese military is getting bigger and bigger, and that is a scary sight if you know what I know. So American power, I'm for it. Aggressive approach, some would say that, but let's look at how some of his foes look at it. He's used tariffs as weapons against allies, secured the release of hostages from Gaza, cozied up, according to Politico, cozied up to Russian President Vladimir Putin, and launched a pressure campaign against the Venezuelan government of Nicolas Maduro, which a lot of y'all are hearing about that now. Seizing a lot of Venezuelan ships, oil ships. NPR White House correspondent Franco Ordenos has more on Trump's busier year and how he's reshaped U.S. foreign policy, okay? So an unidentified person in this soundbite said, ladies and gentlemen, the president-elect of the United States, Honorable Donald J. Trump, okay? On his first days in office, President Trump threatened to take back of the Panama Canal. I know many of y'all remember this. It's a year in review, 2025, President Trump's year in review. We comparing the first term Trump to the second term Trump. Now, you know, we hadn't finished the whole second term Trump, but we got a good idea of what it's going to look like. And we comparing the two Trump. Okay. Now, y'all remember this time for this president, this second term Trump, he threatened to take back control of the Panama Canal, seize Greenland, and turn Canada into the 51st state, reflection of his fascination with expansionism and foreshadowing his determination to carve up the world into three major powers: the Chinese, the Russians, and the Americans. You guys can agree or disagree carving up the world into three major powers, but the world is already carved up into two major powers. I know that for sure. The third of major powers, I would say you would have, because Great Britain would have a say, and the United Kingdom and France and these other NATO nations would have to have a say about Putin being the third power, but we know that China and the United States are two major powers. So America is wanting to, or is thinking about splitting the world with the Chinese. You know, Ghostwriter, I've been strictly against that. But we'll talk about it though, okay? President Donald Trump, he said America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, and respected nation in the world. That's good news to hear from President Trump. As you guys come into the stream, I ask that y'all like the video. If you're on a cell phone, double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. Make sure y'all hit that notification bell. A short time from now, we are going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. You know, President Trump and them already done that. Orndez says, unlike those who came before him, Trump rarely speaks about America's responsibilities of global leadership. His disdains alliances and past European allies is weak. Stuart Patrick served in the George W. Bush State Department, is now at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. He says Trump's taken aim at the global systems that he's long complained were unfair to the U.S. tax dollars. Yeah, we know President Trump might have taken some aim at the global systems. But, this was written back, what we'll say, this was in December of 2022. Yeah, y'all not being all the way fair. If you talk to a lot of MAGA people, I'm talking about hard right MAGA pundits. If you talk to a lot of hard right MAGA pundits, they'll tell you President Trump has moved harshly to the center. Look, I was talking to this beautiful young lady, beautiful young lady. Okay? Girl has a bright future in politics. And I was talking to her, and she was talking about how the outsides of the party, the two outsides of both parties has gotten so extreme, Republican and Democrat, and they pushed them out so far to where it's like they've pushed them to the bottom. And look what we've got, you guys. At the bottom of both parties that were put, watch me, the parties pushed out to the extreme, the extremists. They pushed the hard right MAGA people out, and they pushed the AOC and the hard left people, Bernie Sanders, out, and the Steve Bannon's pushed out, and the two extreme, and they pushed them down into the bottom. And then guess what happened? A meeting at the bottom, a meeting of the minds of the types of AOC and Bernie Sanders and of Steve Bannon. Yes. A populist movement where you see Democrats and Republicans, hard rights and hard left coming together. Yes, that's what's happening. 10,000%. Trump's second term in office has represented a significant departure from Trump 1.0. Is far more of a revolutionary approach to international order, and the upheaval that he's created is just monumental. Those shift has stunned Western partners who struggle to balance maintaining transatlantic ties with defending their own interests. Ursula von der Leyen, the president of the European Commission, has complained that, quote, the West as we know it no longer exists. And that's true. And that's true. And I'll say that's true again. And I won't blame that all on Donald Trump. I can't say that's all President Trump's fault. I can't blame that on the incoming artificial intelligence and how much it means in our communities. What I can say to that, the Western civilization as we know it is not the same. I think a lot of that, guys, whether we want to admit it to not, has to do with Chinese influence, man. Chinese influence is changing the world. We're going to talk about that a little bit later on this live stream. If you guys have not liked the video, go ahead, like the video, subscribe to the channel. Make sure you hit that notification bell. Some of my old timers, man, you know what I'm saying, that be in the stream to watch the content after it was pre-recorded. I didn't advertise coming live, but you know what I'm saying, that beats having to go live in the morning. I got a lot of stuff to do, you know what I'm saying? You guys see your boy Big Ghostwriter in the room. You know what I'm saying? Y'all ain't seen your boy inside in a long time. You know what I'm saying? It's Christmas time and everything like that. You know what I'm saying? Finna be New Year's, so I decided to do the stream for you. But we talking about that old term Trump. First term Trump versus second term Trump. That's what we're going to get to, okay? Trump also has had to push back against domestic allies who have accused him of spending too much time abroad and straying from his America First policies. That's politics that he really didn't have to explore in the first time. I'm talking about, with rest in peace to Charlie Kirk, with the assassination of Charlie Kirk, in my opinion, that is the day when conservatism changed. I did a live stream. Did conservatism die? I did a live stream, y'all. And I asked the live stream, did conservatism die? When Charlie Kirk died, did conservatism die? That's the question I had for the live stream. And it was the reason I had that question for the stream. Because I knew what he meant to the party. And if conservatism didn't die, then the party was definitely fractured with hardliners like Nick Fuentes making fun of Vice President Vance's wife and making fun of all kind of other minorities within the Democratic Party. You had Candace, she was going at Nick Fuentes. You had Candace going at, you know what I'm saying, the Israel First Movement people, and Tucker Carlson going at, bro, it's just a mess. It's like President Trump, he ain't got them together, man. He had to push back against domestic allies who've accused him of spending too much time abroad. He too worried about what's going on in China and Russia and Israel. Yeah, get world peace, but you're straying away from the American first policies. The White House told me Trump's acting on his campaign policies to save American interests, delivering fair trade deals. How many of us seeing fair trade deals? Pushing allies to increase defense spending, killing narco terrorists. Those are those words, while also ending global conflicts to make the world safer. What you guys think? I'll see y'all down there in the comments. Y'all keep the comments coming. Republican, independents, and Democrat alike, jump down in the comments section, man, and let your voice be heard. Let's keep the conversation going. Ghost is an independent, man, but I want to hear you guys. Just be respectful to each other in the comments. If you guys want to donate to the channel, you know what I'm saying, super chat, super stickers, super thanks, they all start at 99 cents. Channel memberships, they start at $2.99. Just hit the button with the $ in it, and your donations are much appreciated. I think it's really clear that the perception of America's first as isolationists at the beginning of his administration was clearly wrong. I don't think it was wrong. I think the people, let me put it this way, the message that President Trump portrayed or was allowed to be portrayed by some of the main voices in his party of America being isolationists, I don't think he tried to stop that from being portrayed, because I think he wanted the people to think that America would not get in foreign wars. He said that. J.D. Vance has said that. He didn't think America should be getting involved in a bunch of foreign wars. How many of y'all heard him say that? I think it's really clear that the perception of American first was wrong. Leo Espada Murray is a veteran in diplomatic circles who has both advised Republican and Democratic leaders. She says the main goal of America First is not to withdraw, but to engage, to use American economic power to reshape global trade, to press partners to carry their own weight. That's also about using American military power. Man, come on, Miss Mendoza. Come on, guys. We do not buy none of that, do we? Who that came from? Lori Espioto Murray. We don't believe none of that. President Trump wasn't trying to say that America wasn't trying to be isolationist and their main goal was to not to engage but to withdraw. Nah, that's not. So you telling me blowing them boats out that Venezuelan water, America's main goal is to withdraw and not to engage? Now, to keep going, to be fair, She says the main goal of America First was not to withdraw but to engage, okay? To use America economic power to reshape global trade. If you listen to her and you listen to JD Vance, it's like sometimes they be speaking in different, like they don't have no leadership. Because JD Vance is going to tell you, and he is the future of the Republican Party. We'll be talking about JD on Thursday or Wednesday, if I'm not mistaken. But JD said he don't want America involved in none of them foreign conflicts. Nothing doing overseas. He don't want American involvement in no foreign wars. That's what JD was saying. No, so this lady is saying she trying to put a spin on it, like America, the main goal, American First, was not to withdraw but to engage. That's not the main goal of America First. Ask Marjorie Taylor Greene. The main goal is to withdraw. We it's not withdrawing, but it's like we're intending to the business of America. We ain't worried about what's going on in Argentina or Venezuela or Ukraine or, for that matter, Great Britain. That's what American First people talk like. We worried about what's going on in America. But her saying using American economic power to reshape global trade to press partners to carry their own weight, that's a Marco Rubio, that's a Ted Cruz, that's a Lindsey Graham type of thing. That's that old Republican guard. It's also about using American military power. That's the old Republican guard. That's what Gosat made us drink. That first term Trump compared to that second term Trump. That first term Trump came out there. It looked, some of it, that America First looked the same. Okay, he's preaching at NATO, right? So I'm going to preach at NATO and I'm going to say, hey, they're not paying their fair share. Or I'm going to look at this part of NATO and say, hey, we need to completely cut down NATO, yada, 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 yada. But what I'm saying is about that second term Trump, to make it the difference between the first term Trump, is that President Trump has really moved completely to establishment Republican. That's just a fact. And that move to the established Republican. Listen, if y'all hear me say anything tonight, I'm gonna stand up real quick. Okay? I ain't vaping, y'all. I ain't been vaping for a couple of days, but I'm gonna stand up real quick and I'm gonna let y'all catch up with me. Because if I'm gonna tell y'all anything at all is so very important, what I'm about to say next. So I hope I get y'all attention. Y'all paying attention. Y'all like the video. Y'all wake up, get down in the comments, man. Let's get this cracking, baby. Guys, if I could say anything at all, and I keep saying this and I keep going back to this, so important, bro. It's when Charlie Kirk got murdered. When Charlie Kirk got murdered, that's when everything changed. If I could tell y'all anything at all, that's when it all began. Listen, if the people who know Charlie Kirk, so you know Charlie Kirk was in charge, or not in charge, Charlie Kirk was instrumental into registering millions of young Republican voters and turning millions of young voters towards President Trump. He was instrumental in that. So what I'm trying to tell you guys is this. That's when Charlie Kirk died, the whole game changed. It's like that set of the leadership. Not that President Trump was the leader of the party, but that set of leadership gone. But the question is did it leave intentionally? Was Charlie Kirk intentionally killed to be silenced? Was there something else coming besides Charlie Kirk, bigger than Charlie Kirk, to an audience that Charlie Kirk didn't want to go to with the Republican Party? That's the question. What's next for the Republican Party? Because if I look at President Trump, where he's taking the party, he's going to an established Republican, all that. Think about that. America first. Steve Bannon went to jail. The ones that didn't go to jail, the ones like Marjorie Taylor Greene, she's not in the party no more. Charlie Kirk's dead. Y'all make it make sense. He's not hesitating to use force, but they're really careful, calculated situations. Iran, America First is completely against that. Enabling Ukraine for long-range missile strikes into Russia. America First completely against that. Bombing the Houthis. The American First are completely against that. They're carefully calculated use of force, but definitely not hesitating to use military force to achieve its goals. And perhaps now, nowhere is the link between Trump's domestic goals and foreign policies as it intertwined into the Western Hemisphere, where Trump has positioned a historic level of military asset. President Trump views the world in spheres of influence, this old-fashioned idea that's becoming style again, that you divide the world globe against powers. And for the United States, we're the major power on the Western Hemisphere, and he's acted on that. And I think President Trump is making a grave mistake, because we have tried this before in U.S. history, and it absolutely not worked. President Trump believes that the United States should concede the Western Hemisphere to China. And why not? Would you want to go fight China? Let me ask you in this stream, the Mao Chill or Baby Bubba. Let me ask you guys in this stream, would you want to fight somebody who was 4 times bigger than you and 5 times stronger than you? Would you want to go fight them either? So, hey, we're the big dogs in the Western Hemisphere, so we're going to draw the map like this. The Western Hemisphere, that belongs to the United States. Over in the top half of the world, between America, I would say, and Asia, they'll say Europe, that's that Europe-Russian area, going all the way down into Africa, and over there, all the way at the extreme western corner or the eastern corner of the world, is the Persians or the Chinese. They done divided the world into threes. What y'all think about that? Benjamin Geeden led the Venezuelan portfolio in the Obama White House. He says it's clear that the U.S. seeks to reassert its dominance in the region over other actors who have gained influence, such as Russia and China. Geeden, one thing that's notable is that China become a competitor to the United States and Latin America, not by moving an aircraft carrier to the region, but through trade and investment and infrastructure, and being an appealing partner for all these countries. He said the U.S. should be working on being the partner of choice, not the partner who is feared. I think being the partner of choice, that's kind of what China's doing to me in this situation. And guys, that is a NPR, you know what I'm saying? That's their article. of how they think of how they compare that first term Trump presidency to that second term Trump presidency, because that's what I'm looking for, man. I want to know where that first term Trump at, man. What's the difference between that first term Trump and that second term Trump? That's what I'm asking y'all today. Y'all get down in the comment section and y'all let me know, man. You know what I'm saying? This big ghostwriter, man. Y'all cruising with big ghostwriter. This episode number 22, man. We trying to get into the content, man. We trying to bring out some great content for y'all. So we went with the NPR story, and the question that we're asking is the first term Trump. How is it different than the second term Trump in the second year? And I say one of the biggest reasons this is different is Jeffrey Epstein, man. Like, if you think about the things, and I'm not trying to be real funny, because President Trump, he had some issues in that first term. If y'all don't remember Nancy Pelosi standing up on stage. I know y'all remember this. Nancy Pelosi standing up on stage during the State of the Union address and just taking his speech and just ripping apart it across the whole nation. I think that's when her and President Trump started bumping heads for real. But yeah, he had some problems in his first term. You know what I'm saying? He had some problems in his first term. He got impeached a couple of times. He had some scuffles. And then you know about January the 6th. But what we're saying is, in his second term, in his first year, there's been some different things. We're looking at throughout the night the differences between the first term Trump and the second term Trump. And one of the biggest differences with the second term Trump is the Jeffrey Epstein. The law that is now Jeffrey Epstein that faces or forces out information. Oh, yeah, the law. The Jeffrey Epstein law. That's a problem now. That's an issue now. Okay? Y'all don't believe me, USA Today. And this was written 7 days ago. Okay? The backlash was swift. After leading figures in President Donald Trump's orbit spent years stroking expectations about what might be revealed in the government records on Jeffrey Epstein, the second-term Republican administration over the summer tried to close the book on the case. MAGA was furious. MAGA didn't want to close the book on the case. You know why? Because they were peddling in the conspiracy theories all along. They still are. Alex Jones with the Sandy Hook, y'all remember that? He was peddling conspiracy theories. He still is. Candace Owens, that's my homie. Well, not in real life, but I like her. She peddles conspiracy theories. She knows she does. Tucker Carlson does. What was that? That FBI, whatever, do? All of the MAGA people could, and so the JFK things and all. Yeah, President Trump, he was going to release everything, but when he get in the office in real life, it's not that easy. But why is Pam Bondi's Justice Department covering up Jeffrey Epstein's crimes and murder? Conservative commentator Tucker Carlson. If you guys don't know, these people are the voice of the conservative movement. They're the reason why you are conservative, why you will vote conservative, why you won't vote conservative. This is the voice of the people. Tucker Carlson, he has millions and millions and millions and millions of people who watch him daily. He's the influencer. He's the one that President Trump listens to. The influencers that President Trump will listen to. Okay? A popular conspiracy theory about Epstein, the wealth manager who committed suicide in jail at the age of 66 while awaiting trial on sex trafficking charges. Earlier, DOJ officials had released a memo that was reaffirming Epstein killed himself in 2019 and declaring no more documents will be released in this case. It kicked off as it has been one of the most remarkable episodes in Epstein's political career. 6 months of GOP recriminations, tardy revelations, and unusual staunch resistance from inside MAGA that reaches another major milestone Friday, December 19th, when the Justice Department's deadline to release the MAGA files, the Epstein files. The Trump administration's response to the Epstein issue has created a rolling drama that has consumed the president's second term, and the GOP-led Congress said former Michigan GOP Fred Upton, the failure to deal with it only let it fester and grow and materialize onto an issue that take over everything else. This is 101 in any strategy and any politics. Ghostwriter is about to give it to you right now. He is about to give it to you right now because you just got to understand. Y'all, I apologize about that, but I was getting into it, man, and I'm changing, you know what I'm saying, what's going on in the room, but I'm going to try to keep it copacetic for you right now, real quick, y'all, because you just got to understand, guys, about in politics how important it becomes to be able to communicate your message to the people. It becomes really, 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 really important. I'm talking about you getting down to those final minutes. And look, you're going to be telling your campaign. Jasmine's already, she started telling her campaign in December when she announced. So she's already telling her campaign. You're telling that campaign throughout November. So you're telling that campaign for the better part of a year, but that's not what's going to really matter or what's going to really count. What's counting, though, and I say what's really counting, though, is when you get that opportunity to let that voter see whether or not you will or not fulfill not just that promise, that expectation that they have for you. And that's so big, and that's bigger than anything that I could ever say, man. It really is. I mean, this conversation I'm saying is straying away from Jeffrey Epstein. And I did that on purpose, but we'll get back to it. Epstein has also exposed the limits of Trump's considerable sway over his followers, which is to be understood. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to stay talking about that infighting and MAGA and those other stuff, but we'll get back into a sense of reasonable right now. You know what I'm saying? Because I really didn't want to too much be trying to talk about President Trump. It factored into two blockbuster rift between the president and close allies like Elon, and we talked about it, MTG. And Epstein files are the only issue that key congressional Republicans were poised to put their feet down and defy Trump before he flipped and endorsed legislation to release the records from the case. So yeah, President Trump had to come up with the reasons why. But look, this is what I was going to say before the camera fell, guys. And you guys have heard girls say this from way back then. This is what I was going to say before the camera fell. Guys, listen, this is how I see it. If you have the goods on me that I did anything at all, because politics is a dirty game and it's a dirty world. And President Trump has to know this. So look, listen to me. Sometime in February or March, before we even know about it, before it was even reported about it, Pam Bondi went to President Trump and she said, hey, yo, Donald, off the rip, big guy, your name is all in the Epstein files. They got pictures of you. They say you would spend some hours alone with Virginia Giuffre. They say they got pictures with Bill Clinton. Y'all all through them Epstein files, man. So you know what President Trump tries to do? President Trump tries to make it go away. He tries to hide it. He thinks he's going to use power and leverage to foo-foo it and shoo-shoo it. That's what he thinks he's going to do, but that's not what works. That's not what will work. That's not what did work. And that's not what will ever work or will ever happen, bro. Because listen, it's like the affordability thing. Once the American people focus their eye, you're not going to make it go away. You might could do that with immigration for a while. People get a little mad about immigration, but you know what I'm saying? Even the Epstein files. But I'm saying, like, with affordability and stuff like that, that stuff matters, bro. You can't foo-foo that. You can't make people see a different truth on something that is important to them. Y'all feeling that, man? I hope y'all liking this video tonight. I see y'all, Vincent Jackson. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate the love, man. What's up, Yancey? I hope y'all like the video, man. Subscribe to the channel. Make sure y'all hit those notification bells. You know what I'm saying? Having worked for Trump, it always seems like he is Teflon. Any scandal that has come his way has just been able to bounce right off him and not have the sticking power that we've seen the Epstein files have. Sarah Matthews, who served as the deputy press secretary during Trump's first administration, but resigned during the January 6, 2021 attack on the Capitol, and has since been a critic of the president. What we got here, y'all? Let me see where we at. Okay, dokie. White House spokeswoman Abigail Jackson defended the administration's handling of the Epstein issue. The Trump administration has done more for the victims than the Democrats ever have, and maybe they have. Vincent Jackson, maybe they have. But here's my whole point on the Epstein files, y'all. And you know, I know we had a little technical difficulties and everything like that, but I'm trying to stay on point now. Here's my whole thing on the Epstein file. If President Trump in the very beginning would just come out with the real. If you got something on ghosts, I'm going to come out with the real. So when AG Bonnie came and said, hey, Ghost, your name is in the Epstein files, I'm going to have a team of people that I'm going to send down there to get with her and Cash. And I'm going to find out how many times my name is in the Epstein files. When you tell me how many times my name is in the Epstein files, then we're going to run damage control. Oh, yeah, I went down on the boat with Bill and Clinton and everything, but I'm going to tell the story. I'm going to let this story be told on my terms. Do you understand that? That's how we going to do that. I'm not going to try to cover it up and make a law come out, and it ain't no kind of telling what kind of embarrassing stuff we going to find out about President Trump. Y'all tell me what y'all think down below, man. Vince Jackson said, yes, sir, hit that like, punch that like button, man. You know what I'm saying? Make sure you guys like and subscribe to the channel. Also, if you guys want to donate to the channel, y'all hit that button with that $ in it. You know what I'm saying? Your donations are much appreciated. But yeah, man, I'll pretty much say, in my opinion, that's what it all goes down to, man. You know what I'm saying? Despite the Trump administration's initial resistance to releasing the document, there has been a steady drip of revelations since the summer of Congress stepped up on the efforts to obtain the records. They've been put a spotlight on Trump's relationship with Epstein. The two were friends for years. Everyone knows this. Epstein attended Trump's second wedding, but the president then ended the relationship because it said that his friends stole people that worked for him from Mar-a-Lago. But Vincent Jackson, if y'all know the story, man, because we don't hear a lot of conspiracy theorists on the Epstein. Well, I ain't gonna say that. I know some conspiracy theories on the Epstein files. But I want to say that, like, President Trump saying that, you know what I'm saying, Epstein stole some of his workers, like Virginia Dufresne. That's one of the main ones who killed herself, rest in peace, that, you know what I'm saying, Jeffrey Epstein said he noticed that maybe Jeffrey was jealous But he noticed that President Trump spent hours alone with Virginia Giuffre. You know what I'm saying? Democrats on the House Oversight Committee released a birthday letter to Epstein. Their alleged Trump saw that it outlined as a drawing of a nude woman and emails where Epstein said Trump knew about the girls. Trump has fought back against the release of the record, suing the Wall Street Journal for its reporting on the topic. The president said he didn't write the birthday letter and knows nothing about it. What Epstein is referring to as email about Trump. Trump also has been described the entire Epstein saga as a hoax. What do you guys think? Do you guys think this story with President Trump and his involvement with Jeffrey Epstein, do you guys think the whole thing is a hoax? It's a hoax that no one cares about, as he says. A Reuters Epis poll released this month found that 52% of the United States adults disapprove of how Trump has handled the Epstein case. A majority also believe the government is hiding information about Epstein. How many of y'all believe that Jeffrey Epstein died the way they said he died? Hey, this is how they said Jeffrey Epstein hung himself. Y'all follow me. This is how he said Jeffrey Epstein hung himself. Listen, if I said a man hang himself, you would think he was going to be hanging from a wall, right? When they said he hung himself, this is how he looked when they said he hung himself. On everything, bro. They said Jeffrey was laying beside the bed. So the noose was like on the bed. But he was laying on the floor, sitting on the floor, just sitting casually on the floor, hung. I'm saying a lot of conservative pundit, MAGA, they don't believe that. We don't believe that either. 52% of U.S. adults disapprove how Trump has handled the case. Majority believe the government's hiding information about Epstein, including about his death and potential sex trafficking clients, keeping them hidden. Epstein has been such a potent issue because no one can defend this. No one, said Upton, retired in 2023 after serving Southwest Michigan for 18 terms and standing out among Republicans for his vote to impeach Trump over the January 6, 2021 riot at the U.S. Capitol. Sex island, underage women, sex trafficking, just awful stuff, Epstein added, ticking off elements of the Epstein case. No one can defend that. And that is so true. If you guys have not liked the video, I ask that y'all like the video for your boy Big Ghostwriter. Subscribe to the channel. Hit that notification bell, man. We live with you. Live with your boy Ghostwriter. You know what I'm saying? I mean, come on, man. You can't hate on it, bro. But Ghostwriter bringing y'all new content, different content. You know what I'm saying? I've been outside like for the last 4 months. I've been outside for the last 4 months, man. Ghostwriter bringing y'all new, different content, man. You know what I'm saying? See that big Ghostwriter, man? You know what I'm saying? Had to come handle some things, man. You know what I'm saying? Had to come handle some things, man. You know what I'm saying? Hey, hey, I've been in the car, man. I've been tweaking out, man, but I still got business to handle, though, man. We're going to get back to this first term Trump. Y'all know what I'm saying, Vincent? Y'all think that second term Trump as good as that first term Trump? You know what I'm saying? So we got more on the Epstein list, man. They talking about the Epstein list, but the thing about me, man, I really don't care as much about the Epstein list. It's a lot on there. You know what I'm saying? But I did cover it, but that first term Trump versus that second term Trump, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's usually gonna be on the economy. You know what I'm saying? You want to see the difference in the first term Trump and the second term Trump. You know what I'm saying? Trump has already issued more executive orders in his second term than in his first term. Let's click on that story. Let's talk about that. So this is the Pew Research Center. You know what I'm saying? This is the Pew Research Center, and this story was published December the 16th, so really recently. Less than a year into his second term, President Trump has issued more executive orders than he did his entire first term. Golly, think about that. Just take a second and think about that. Less than a year into his second term, as of December 15, 2025, Trump has issued 221 executive orders. That's one more than he did during his first 4 years in office, according to the American Presidency Project. And Big Ghostwriter has been telling y'all this the whole time. I'm talking about Superman Trump. He issued one more executive order in his first year than he did his entire first 4 years in office. It's unbelievable. So far, Trump's second term executive orders have often focused, have often focused on topics like immigration. That's a real big issue for him. Also, many orders have challenged in the courts, which you guys know about that. ACLU winning a lot of those lawsuits against President Trump in the courts. But you know what I'm saying? Other government topics, foreign relations and defense and energy, For example, the Supreme Court is weighing the legality of Trump's use of executive orders to impose, and this is going on currently right here and right now. So the Supreme Court is weighing the legality of Trump's use to impose sweeping global tariffs on all the nations. You know what I'm saying? Since George Washington's time, presidents have executive orders to set out policy goals and direct the activities of administrative officials. These orders have the force of law as long as they align with the presidential powers spelled in the Constitution or delegated by Congress. By executive orders can be modified or revoked at any time by a current or future president. In some cases, they can be altered or reversed by congressional action. If you guys have not liked the video, I ask that y'all like the video, subscribe to the channel, hit that notification bell, man. If y'all jump down there in the comments, man, with me, we could get it cracking, man. You know what I'm saying? I missed a live stream. I told you I missed a live stream, so I didn't want to miss another one. I got a busy day coming up tomorrow. Just like I had a busy one the other day, got another busy day coming up. I don't want to miss no more live streams, so I said I want to come on here right now, get the content in for you. I'm giving it to you right now. You know what I'm saying? How President Trump, his second term has been different from the first term. I know we talked about a lot about how his first term was, you know what I'm saying? I mean, his second term was. Let's look at his first term. You know what I'm saying? First 2 years in office. President Trump's first 2 years in office. If you guys have not liked the video, I ask that y'all like the video, man. Make sure y'all subscribe to the channel. Hit that notification bell. You know what I'm saying? It's a beautiful day, man, out here, man. Out here in NYC, baby. As usual, you feel me? Tell my boy T.I. to go get the put something in the ice. I ain't got nothing to put in the ice though. You know, I'm a Christian.
Anything that starts with RPG, will be one of these cryopreserved trees.
Think about it.
Man, look, and then I decided to go live with y'all too, man. You know what I'm saying? Trying to catch the content. You know, trying to get y'all caught up on that old school Ghost Rider. You know what I'm saying? Those inside live streams. You know what I'm saying? Then I wanted to go live with y'all too, man. Another reason why I wanted to do it, because I felt like, you know, I hadn't been live with y'all at a nighttime, doing a nighttime live stream in a long time too. Had a lot of things to catch up in the morning as well. But that being said, we'll jump back into some comment. You know what I'm saying?
My own home. I know that I can't do it alone. And I know the perfect person, my best friend, to come along with me. Well, I will always be here.
We'll jump back into the content, man. You know what I'm saying? It's a set, bro. We just chilling in. We just chilling in here. I don't think ain't nobody getting nothing in too serious right now, man. We just taking it in. Y'all know how it is, big Ghost Rider family in here, man. Y'all probably worried about me checking on me, man. But let's talk about something real quick. I'm going to talk about 1 year into Trump 2.0. Here's how much America has radically changed on his watch. And I'll say a lot of this, man, this change in President Trump, it's probably caught him by surprise, too. That's what I say. You know what I'm saying? President Trump, a lot of this has caught him by surprise. He wasn't expecting it as well either. Like, excuse me. I'm looking at this info, this content. I'm about to give y'all this so y'all can look it up. So this is news, CBC News. 1 year into Trump 2.0. Here's what's changed. This was actually published on December 25th. If y'all look at the content is show like, you know what I'm saying, President Trump holding up those big charts. Y'all remember those Liberation Day charts? You know what I'm saying? He got the charts with the chairs. How he gonna have a certain special percent of tariffs, and how he was taxing all the countries in the world. Yeah, man, it's 25 of our whole full calendar is coming. We going into 2026. You know what I'm saying? I got some big elections coming from that stuff. You know, that's what we talking about, man. Let's see what they talking about, okay? CBS News, okay? U.S. President Trump has been a disruptive force since he has busted into the political scene a decade ago, but the pace of change in the first year of his second presidency is unlike just about anything we've seen in the nearly 250 years of the American Republic. So I would say that would be giving him some compliments. It could be bad things, but it could be good. Let's see. Let's keep reading. Since his inauguration day in January, Trump has upended the global world trade and a sweeping new tariff scheme, radically curtailed immigration while deploying enforcement agents to round up migrants en masse and issue pink slips to federal public service at a scale unmatched in the modern era. All of that is true. How has it worked out? How is it working out for you guys personally? Y'all jump down in the comments. Let your voices be heard. Nah, come on. Trump has widened. Excuse me, y'all. That's blessed me. Into global conflicts, wielding economic threats to try to bring conflicts to close. Sometimes successful, as he claims the case in the Middle East. He has used his pulpit bully to do everything from goading Texas into redistricting into congressional maps for his benefit to shaming the late Hollywood star Rob Reiner for his liberal views mere hours after his death. USAID is a shell of his former self. I think that's one of the saddest things to me out of all of it. You know what I'm saying? We hearing about the Donald Trump and the Kennedy Performing Center of Arts. Y'all have heard about that? Let's look at that real quick. Y'all, some of y'all might like how we doing news different today. I'm not sticking on one topic. I'm just, you know what I'm saying? I'll get down there in the comments. I'm just giving y'all a bunch of news on President Trump. Okay, so what I wanted to talk about, guys, I wish I had people to bring on too, like Don Lemon and them, but Trump has waded into global conflicts, okay, wielding economic threats to bring conflicts up close, sometimes successfully, as he claims he has in the Middle East. He has used his bully pulpit to do everything from goading Texas into redistricting maps. Shameful Rob Reiner. His legislative agenda has been relatively light. Trump's party turbocharged one big, beautiful bill, omnibus legislation that slashes tax cuts and cuts federal health spending. Wow. Dismantling climate-friendly initiatives. Guys, my thing about this is basically President Trump has came in and has done things or have attempted to do things a lot different than Joe Biden. He's done what he's ran on. It's a referendum coming, okay? If we're looking at the special elections, I don't know how good it's been, but he's like I said, a record number of executive order he's done, and hit President Trump in 2025 alone. Y'all listen to me. Give me a second. President Trump in 2025 alone has done 220 executive orders. President Biden, in 2021 through 2025, we're talking about 4 years. President Biden in 4 years done less than 220 executive orders. That means President Trump this year has done more executive orders than President Biden did in 4 years. As a matter of fact, President Trump did more executive orders this year than he did even himself did in 4 years. This year, President Trump in 2025 has wrote more executive orders than even himself in 4 years. Both Obama presidencies. It's unbelievable, bro. The executive order president. That's what we should call him. Big President T. If you guys have not liked the video, go ahead and like the video, subscribe to the channel, hit that notification bell, guys. We are not fond of the cuts to USAID. I've said it. You know what I'm saying? I think it's cute. The executive order things, and not just cute. I think he's done some things. He's trying to legislate. That's the best way he can legislate. It's hard to legislate with Congress, and that's just facts. But here's my whole situation, guys. This is where I have a problem. Hold on, give me a second. I'm gonna tell you where my problem is with this whole scenario. Economic upheaval. While Trump has the unwavering loyalty of a core group of MAGA Republicans, polls suggest the president's popularity has slipped in the months since he's initiated his radical overhaul. And just before any of you MAGA people get in here and start trying to get on me and jump on me, I just want to let you know, like I have from the get-go, that this is CBC News. And it was published 2 days ago, CBC News, the 23rd. So if you guys have a problem with anything I'm saying right now, you could take it up with CBC News. He said CBC News has reported that President Trump has in 2025 alone wrote more executive orders than he's done in 4 years as president, than Joe Biden did in 4 years as president, and then Barack Obama did in 4 years as president, and Barack Obama again in 4 years. That's 1 year. This year, that's how many executive orders that President Trump has wrote. CBC News. Now, I'm just giving it to y'all, okay? Another thing they report, economic upheaval. While Trump has an unwavering loyalty of a core group of MAGA Republicans, polls suggest the president's popularity has slipped in the months since he initiated such a radical overhaul. Trump promised to fix inflation on day one, a lofty goal that was never in reach. Was Trump's goal to fix inflation on day one? Guys, was that literally in reach? Or it was just a lofty goal? Now he's paying for the cost of living crunch as voters sour on his economic management. Recent polls suggest about a third of Americans surveyed disapprove of President Trump's handling of the economy. Titan brew, I don't care what nobody said, those numbers are the same numbers that President Joe Biden had. And I said, Kamala, I don't know. Listen. If J.D. Vance is running for president and President Trump has 2/3 of the Americans disapproving on his handling of the economy, if J.D. Vance sits there by President Trump like, I'll stand by my man, in some fantasy world, like some Hillary Clinton standing by her man, or some Monica, or so you know how them singers sing, standing, Tina Turner, I'm standing by my man, I'm not gonna be moved. I know he's cheating on me, but all these hoochies want him still too. So he is mine and all mine. That's not gonna work. I'm just letting you know that none of that is gonna work. Ain't no standing by your man. That lofty goal to fix 2/3 of American people, they disapprove of your handling of the economy. That's a big problem for Republicans. And the thing about that is, the funny thing about that is President Donald J. Trump, Titan, he ain't on nobody's ballot. He might think he in no ballot. He ain't in no ballot on 26 and he ain't in no ballot on 28. He ain't on nobody's ballot. Inflation was on the downward slope at the outset of his second term and it shot up after tariffs took effect, spiking prices at a time when many Americans tell pollsters they can least afford it. How JD gonna stand next to that and win anything? Just like how Kamala gonna stand next to that with Joe Biden and win anything? Gotta learn from your past mistakes, Republicans and Democrats, okay? While there has been so much change, one constant is a persistent pain of affordability. What them pockets looking like? Ghost Rider. Ooh, I ain't even gonna lie to y'all. Dusty. They dusty. Dusty pockets. You say, man, Ghost, you say dusty pockets, you staying in the hotel and everything, bro. You look like you all right. I might be all right. I need to go get me a cup of coffee while I'm on here streaming with y'all for real. Where my coffee at, man? Get some coffee over here. You feel me? I want to go get me a cappuccino, man. Real talk, man. While I'm streaming with y'all, I think we gonna take us a break here in about 20 minutes, man. Get Ghost Rider gonna go get him a cappuccino real quick. But yeah, man, like inflation, he was talking about inflation, man, downward slope on the first term, it shot up, tariffs took effect, spiking prices. A lot of people gonna put that on President Trump. A lot of those economic decisions that he made, it was win, lose, or draw. Listen, there's two things I want to address in President Trump's economy tight brew. I want to address the stock market. Like I said, Ghost Rider continues to admit President Trump continues to hit record numbers in the stock market. President Trump not just hit record numbers, like Ghost Rider said back, Elon, y'all remember when Ghost Rider said he's gonna hit over 45,000 points. That Dow Jones index gonna hit 46,000. If I'm not mistaken, it's probably hit 47,000. It ain't never hit none of this, and Ghost Rider has said it. If it had hit 47, or if it has, it's gonna hit 48,000. And that Dow Jones index, y'all listen to me. Listen how big Ghost said it's gonna hit. If it ain't hit 48, it's gonna hit 49. And if it hit 49, I'm gonna stop at 50 for now. Yeah, big Presidency Ghost doing that for you. I call that. That Dow Jones Industrial is gonna hit 50K. First time ever in U.S. history. 10,000%, bro. 10,000. And I was calling it at 45. You know, as far as what I see from his growth domestic product, GDP. Man, I thought I heard something about President Trump. Man, listen, we're going to get back to this in just a second. Let's look at President Trump's GDP. Y'all, I'm Ghost looking at the numbers to how we going to judge his presidency. So gross domestic product. This is the Bureau of Economic Analysis. If y'all kicking in with us tonight, I got a whole bunch of different stories for y'all tonight. All different news stories. They might be all over the map, but they're all in sync, okay? So bear with me. Okay, so we are looking at the American GDP right now. They trying to play Big Ghost Rider on the big screen. All right, there we go. Gross domestic product, okay? It increased at an annual percentage rate of 4.3% in the third quarter. Ooh, in the second quarter, it was 3.8%. Oh. You say, Ghost, what that mean, bro? Imagine your business and you making trillions of dollars and you increase 4%, 4.3%. 3.8% and 4.3% averages to America has GDP of over 4%. God dang, that's high GDP. You don't think that's how? Let's look at presidents. Let's look at presidents. Let's look at presidents. Let's look at presidents. Presidents GDP list. Let's look at the list of the president with the highest GDPs. We want to see a list of the presidents. Y'all go ahead and put them in the stream, Titan Brew. Titan Brew, who got the highest? What presidents got the highest GDPs in the history of America? 84 rows. Who got the highest GDP in the history of Americas? Y'all, I'm trying to see, man. Like, it's trying to do all this extra stuff. All right, let's see. Let's see. Now hit the road, Jack, and don't you come back no more. Y'all like that? Hey, so look, here's the presidents with the most GDPs. Come on, man, get me down off of here, bro. I hate they do this. Get the picture off. Okay, pretty picture. White House. Bam, here we go. No explanation. No explanation. Get this off my screen, boy. Let's get it. All right, the president of the United States, we already know that. GDPs. All right. Let me see. I want to see the GDP. Can I scroll over? Okay, I could get that. Y'all bear with me just a second. I'm trying to get those GDPs for you. We want to see the list of the presidents who had the highest GDPs in the U.S. history. Y'all know I'm a stat man. I go by the stats. Who got that GDP looking? That GDP, boy. All right, so this just looks like a list of presidents. But I don't see no GDP listing. I'm gonna say GDP president list. President. President list, guest list. Growth by president. Maybe we'll get it right here. Real talk, y'all. So here we go. Right here it says U.S. gross domestic product, GDP growth by president. U.S. president policies can greatly affect GDP, gross domestic product. A president's physical and monetary policies can significantly impact GDP, which is crucial measure of economic activity. President Franklin Delano Roosevelt had the highest annual GDP growth. Ooh. That boy had a 10.1. I guess that's why President Trump want to go to war. Wasn't Franklin D. Roosevelt always in war? From World War II. 10.1% increased government spending. Them boys get rich off war. President Herbert Hoover had the worst annual GDP growth, -9%. Bruh, I'm sorry, Secret Service, he's already dead, so don't come looking for me. If you are an American president with a negative 9% GDP, you need to be taken out to the book shed, the back shed, and pew your cup, pew your cup, pew your cup, pew your cup. No good for America, man. You got a negative 9? President Trump got 5%. They say the greatest is 10%. This joker got a negative 9 off with his head. You hurting the whole, he hurting America. What's going on for real, for real? Who else? What else we got? The biggest drop in GDP was during Hoover's term in 1992 or 1932, excuse me. You know what I'm saying? 12.9%. Historical U.S. growth. That's what I want to hear about. Where you at, President T? I got a feeling you somewhere in this. Don't y'all say President Trump is in the historical U.S. growth category? They trying to not to let us see that part. We don't want to see that. We trying to see President Trump. Get on down, get on down. We don't care. Leave, leave, leave. Please leave. Go, 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 go. Bro, I'm saying when you trying to delete something, okay, I'm trying to save it. I'm trying to delete it. I'm deleting it and saving it. I don't know what's going on with this computer. Y'all, let me see something real quick. Usually in situations like that, what you have to do is you have to unplug out the internet. Because usually when your computer get froze like that, it's 9 times out, it's their internet. It ain't even popping up, my boy. Yeah, because I can't use your internet if your internet ain't letting me get to my stuff. You feel me? A lot of times, bro, when you get your computer jammed up, it's the internet. You know what I'm saying? Because I got the internet off now, and I can watch how easily I read this to you. Let me start it up. Okay. So let's look. Yeah, like I said, that boy had a negative 9. Nah, negative 9. If you're a president, we can't do that. Rapid GDP growth does not always equal a strong economy. If the economy grows too quickly, it can cause inflation or create a bubble. And that's what we hope isn't happening with President Trump's economy right now. I seen somebody donated. Thank y'all for the donations. Thank you, thank you. I see that's what is happening with President Trump, the AI bubble. That necessarily isn't President Trump's fault though, because if you have listen, okay. My mama say I always start like thinking of something and then stop it because I got so much stuff to give y'all at one time. And I'm giving y'all like just a preview of how my brain thinks. Like I think in 5, 6 different things at one time. So I like try to give it to you as my brain give it to me. I be trying to feed it to you, boy. Tight brew, give it to you. Okay, look. You got the AI bubble. Now, President Trump cannot help that at this time that AI was going to get popular. But if you tell me any business owner in America, this is free market this is free market principles in society. You could tell me that, hey, I got 1,000 workers at my Walmart. I could spend a $5 million investment and I could do my job with 400 workers. Do the job just as well, just as efficient, producing out just as much, if not more product with less labor. Because you know, guys, if y'all are business owners, I don't care. You don't have to be in food service to recognize that labor cost is one of your main costs. You don't have to be in food service to recognize that. Because labor cost is like one of the main costs that you can have, bro. I promise you. Is that cost of labor is no joke. So you get rid of labor costs. You doing the whole job with 40% less humans. So with the less humans, you need less space, you need less parking, you need less everything. That Walmart that used to be this big. I mean, that Walmart that used to be this big is now this big. It's going to be amazing to see what AI transforms our society and culture right before our eyes. That Walmart that used to be this big now is this big. But they're still putting out the same product, even better product, probably for a cheaper price. They have the AI type brew coming to you, delivering the product to you. They're engaging the people, they're engaging the children, the good business leaders. They're taking that AI and they getting rich off of it. They making money. You put some customer service in with them robots, man, make them fun, make the kids make them always happy, solving the problem, making them laugh, man. I'm saying a little hater with his little alarm, I'm saying he could save his time with that little nonsense, bro. You make people happy, bro. You give them the truth. If you got a black they eye, now you black they eye. If they eye must be black and you black it. But you don't pay no attention to that little negative stuff, bro. You give people the truth. You make them happy. You make that AI that could do just as good a job as that Joker could do better of a job with less of an attitude. And he makes the people happy, man. Like that. What business owner wouldn't invest in that? And that's what that AI bubble is. But still in all, we'll go over the GDPs. 1929, 1933, Herbert Hoover, -9. Franklin D. Roosevelt, 10.1. Those are the max. JF Kennedy, 5.2. That's pretty high. That's really high, actually. Lyndon B. Johnson, 5.2, but that was Kennedy's economy. Gerald Ford, 5.4. That's a pretty good economy, Gerald Ford. It's really Nixon's economy. I always give him, But I'm saying other than that, man, Donald Trump had 2.3, 17 to 2020. But right now, he's hovering at 4.0. Bill Clinton had 4.0. Bill Clinton was the last. He had more than Ronald Reagan was number 2. But Bill Clinton had a 4.0 growth as president. And Ronald Reagan was number 2 with 3.6. I'm saying, President Trump, you 2.3 in your first term. So if you at like 5.0 right now, I'm saying, yeah, you popping, bro. You right at Bill Clinton's numbers. That GDP mean a lot, man. That GDP, man, and that stock market, but it could be above, just like the stock market, which we think are pretty much bubbles, the stock market, because of AI. But still in all, the question was that first term Trump presidency compared to that second term Trump presidency. That's what we're comparing. President Trump's first term presidency to his second term presidency. That's what we compare. If you guys have not liked the video, I ask that y'all like the video, subscribe to the channel, make sure y'all hit that notification bell. I see my boy Titan Blue. He says historically, Democratic administrations have been better for the economy than Republican administrations. That's 10,000%. Who want to argue with Titan Blue about that? That's 10,000% historically Democratic administrations have been better for the economy than Republican. Not even close. Not even close. But I'm saying, like, if you talking just pure numbers, I can say that, like, that GDP, like, look, I'm gonna tell y'all, I don't know if I was the first one to say it or if I was just the loudest one to say it, or I'm this one that won't stop saying it. Joseph Biden had the best numbers. Unemployment 4.4%, 4.1%. U.S. history. At one point, President Trump had 3.5, 3.3% growth before in the past. So to see him at 5% growth right now, I'm saying, come on now. That's the same thing. Like, if you put President Obama back in the White House and you see them deportations, he starts smoking President Trump in deportations. He made President Trump go to the room and cry because you know that he care about that. He care about that secure border. I ain't gonna hate on you though, President Trump. Congratulations for that secure border. You know what I'm saying? But I'm saying, like, but you see President Obama come back in here, he start whooping them. He whooping them on them deportations again. He throwing them out. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, that's what we expect from President. That's his strong point. We know President Trump's strong point is that GDP. You can hate it, like it, lump it, choke on it. That first term presidency, 2017, 2019, that's why they say they built the best economy the world has ever known, because it's arguably it was. The GDP, what that GDP was, 3 to 4 to 5%, and they're about doing it right now. In 2025, President Trump's GDP is going to be about 4 to 5%. And if he do it another year, he's going to say it again. We built the best economy the world has ever known. America's economy, you're looking at 10 to 15 trillion dollars. 10 to 15 trillion dollars. He's saying he grew it by 5%. 5% of 5 trillion. Somebody do it for me. What is it? 500 million? And he's growing that by what? That a year. He's growing the U.S. economy by hundreds of millions of dollars. Those hundreds of millions of dollars aren't just going in the U.S. Treasury. They're going in our pockets, some people's pockets, people's 401ks. That's what I'm saying. So, yeah, he can do. President Trump has done good with the economy. Let's look, guys, we're going to look up a CNN. I'm going to look up a CNN story real quick while I go get some coffee. What? Gotta cut my Wi-Fi back on. Y'all know I was just welling on the Wi-Fi, but we cut the Wi-Fi on to get the CNN on. I'm gonna let y'all listen to some news that we got going on in politics right now. I'm gonna go get me a cappuccino so I can rock with y'all a little bit later, because I'm not gonna be able to go live during the daytime tomorrow. So I just went ahead and did the stream right now. That first term Trump presidency versus that second term Trump president. I know y'all gotta love it, man. Gotta love it. I hear people comparing them to two all the time. All the time. Come on, dude. All devices. What? I don't know what's wrong with this thing, man. Man, turn off. Ain't nobody even want no Bluetooth. Man, turn my Wi-Fi off, man. What's wrong with this thing? Bluetooth turned off. Good. Bluetooth stay turned off. Wi-Fi turn on. Thank you. Trying to get the Wi-Fi on, my boy. Turn on. What we having problems with? Turn on. Get out. Get on. I'm gonna try to play some CNN for y'all. I need to play some ghostwriter for y'all. Some of my content. Real talk, man. You know what I'm saying? Keep y'all plugged in to your boy Big Ghostwriter. Man, I keep trying to replug to it. And it's gotta be plugged. No, it's not. This is so sickening, y'all. I apologize. I would just rather use the internet from my own phone because I know from my own device I'm gonna get the same connection every time. I don't know why I won't just use it from there instead of using this dumb stuff. It ain't even showing it. It's like a Bluetooth. I don't know what that is. I think that works. Hopefully this could work this time, y'all. We could get some CNN on. I'm gonna there we go. We got some CNN on. We got Trump and Netanyahu. President Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu earlier today, y'all. They had a press conference.
Fair amount of news there. You saw him at the end there criticizing the Fed chair, Jerome Powell.
Y'all, your boy Ghostwriter will be back, man. Lord willing. I'm going to go get me some of that good cappuccino, man. And I'll be back and we'll talk about these news stories, man. I'm going to kick you with y'all for about 3 or 4 hours. It's not a typical stream. It's not a typical day. I have been live in 5 days, but I'm kicking it with y'all, man, for about 4 hours. I'm probably not going to tomorrow. So y'all go ahead and kick it with your boy Big Ghost while y'all can.
Iran's nuclear infrastructure.
That's CNN you hear in the background. Bibi Netanyahu, President Trump, Israel, they still talking about it.
Activity.
I'll be back in about 5.
He does not believe President Xi Jinping intends to invade. He says, I don't believe President Xi, is going to do it. Our Elena Treen has been monitoring these comments here, covers the White House as well. Elena, do we know what the focus of President Trump's meeting with the Israeli Prime Minister was?
Well, from my conversations, Jim, and we're still, of course, learning more as it's all unfolding, and the president weeped a lot during those post-bilateral meeting remarks. The focus was supposed to be on trying to move to the next phase of the ceasefire proposal. After that proposal initially began in October, that's when it was struck. And at this point in time, heading very close into the new year, officials in the Trump administration had believed that phase 2 would already be underway. That is, of course, the disarmament of Hamas, the beginning of reconstruction in the enclave, and post-war governance for Gaza. Now, this is something I found very interesting that the president talked a lot about. Heading into that meeting, the president said that he was hopeful that they could begin phase 2 very quickly, including the reconstruction of Gaza. And then after this meeting, he said essentially that he was going to give Hamas, or that Hamas would have a very short amount of time to disarm. Again, that is a key part of phase 2. And he said if they did not disarm within that short amount of time that he is stating on that stage, that essentially things would be horrible for Hamas. He said that some of the other countries that went into this agreement and backed this agreement would go in and wipe them out. So very strong words for Hamas there. Another thing that was very notable to me, Jim, was how much praise, not only, of course, Netanyahu was heaping on President Trump, but the amount of praise that Trump was giving going to be. At one point, he said that Israel has lived up to the plan, referring to the ceasefire plan, 100%. That is notable because in a lot of the conversations I've had with people in the administration, many of the advisors working on this deal, there's been some skepticism that perhaps Netanyahu has actually been slow walking phase 2 of this proposal, that essentially he wasn't entirely invested into the longer term peace plan. So that was very notable to me. He said that Israel essentially may not exist if they did not have such a strong prime minister like Netanyahu. Part of the reason that's such music to his ears, to Netanyahu's ears, of course, is that he has elections coming up in 2026. And so part of the goal for the Israelis, for Netanyahu specifically today, was to really ensure that he has the full backing of Trump. And Trump got out there and did exactly what he wanted him to do, which was give him that type of support and praise.
Yeah, and one example of that is Trump's support for a pardon for Benjamin Netanyahu, potentially being considered by the Israeli president. Elena Trin, thanks so much. My panel is here with me, Evelyn Farkas, former Deputy Assistant Secretary for Defense for Russia, Ukraine, and Eurasia. CNN political analyst Jonah Goldberg, co-founder and editor-in-chief of The Dispatch, plus Megan Hayes, former director of message planning for the Biden White House, and Brian Lanza, former senior advisor to Donald Trump's 2024 campaign. Good to have you all here, and there's much to go through from those few minutes. The president was speaking alongside the Israeli leader. Evelyn, first to you. The president said multiple times, we have peace in the Middle East. He said that before. What we have, in fact, is a ceasefire. Where does it stand in terms of moving to the next phase, arguably the more difficult phase of the peace plan, including issues like disarming Hamas?
Yeah, I mean, so first of all, Jim, they have to set up this peace council, which is kind of the political oversight. And we haven't really heard very much about that. Remember, President Trump said, I'm going to be the head of it. And we know that his advisors, so Witkoff and Kushner, have been in the region, have been talking about it. Presumably it includes all the actors in the region. And the broader region, Turkey, obviously Egypt and others. But the big sticking point is that we still don't have an interim security force. Yes, Ambassador Mike Waltz has been effective in the UN. He got them to essentially authorize this security force, but we don't have countries and significant countries with real military experience coming forward to say, we want to be part of this. We've heard about Azerbaijan, Indonesia, Egypt, a couple of other countries. But I think unless Israel and the United States are pushing the Arab community to say we need real security forces, that's not going to happen. So there is some kind of foot dragging on top of what Israel's doing on the ground.
It's an enormous risk to put your forces on the ground there in the midst of fighting in Gaza, attempt to disarm Hamas, and perhaps quite understandably, a lot of nations in the area, and by the way, the U.S. as well, but not unwilling to do so. Brian, on the Iran topic, if I can, because the president made quite clear that if what he's hearing is notable, perhaps it was an intelligence assessment about attempts at Iran resurrecting its nuclear program. The president said, if they are, we're going to have no choice but to eradicate. Can we take the president at his word there that he might order strikes again if it does turn out to be true?
So I think it's pretty clear we have to take the president's word. He's not afraid to challenge Iran. He's confronted him in his first term. He's confronted him in his second term. He clearly sees them as an axis of destabilization in the region, and he has to address it. And he what makes him different, at least the interactions that I've had with other presidents, whether it's for good or bad, is the fact that he is this business guy. And business guys in the business community, they always run towards problems and they try to solve it. Whereas you got politicians always looking to kick cans down the road and push on to somebody else. He actually wants to solve this issue. You saw the investment in the first term. You're going to see it again. You're going to see more of it. And it's a risk. It's a huge risk. But he's clear that he is not going to allow a nuclear Iran.
Jonah, I mean, the circumstances of the strikes he ordered a number of months ago were quite particular in that Israel had already essentially eliminated all of Iran's air defenses. So while that was a complicated, and let's acknowledge the service of the American service members who were involved in that operation, it was not the same as going in there and being, in effect, the first to strike. If the president were to order this again,
hello, my
it would
beautiful
be a higher risk operation.
Rocking with the CNN guys.
I would be
What y'all think about the story so far?
It would just be like a light switch, and they would just turn. Okay, tomorrow we're going to go attack Iran. It would probably be unfolded, with cooperation with the Israelis and other people in the region. I have a slightly different take on Trump, the problem solver who runs towards fixing problems. I mean, it's been 11 years of 2 weeks for the Obamacare fix from Donald Trump. I think that the likelihood of him doing the Iran strike, which I supported, it was the right thing to do. I'm glad he did it. Is that it was also probably the high watermark of his presidency in a lot of people's eyes. And he likes to double down on previous wins if he thinks he can do it again. And I think that it's in his own perceived political self-interest to make sure that this was not for naught. And so that's why I think he'd do it. But the actual circumstances, I think you probably have a lot of coordination. It's not like Bibi Netanyahu who's going to say, no, don't go in again, right? So it would have to be developed.
But Megan Hayes, there was some reporting prior to this meeting today that actually Trump was not that excited about meeting the Israeli prime minister. And there has, to Elena's point, there's been CNN reporting and others that the Trump administration and Trump himself were frustrated by foot-dragging by Netanyahu on the next phases of the peace plan. Well, what is the actual state of the relationship between the two men, despite the goodwill? And by the way, the second, I think, non-Nobel Peace Prize award is now received after FIFA. He has the Israel Prize from the prime minister.
Yeah, just based off from the reporting, I think that Bibi had one
boy,
to get Trump on his side and for him to say things nice about him publicly, as you mentioned, for his upcoming election. There was reporting that Netanyahu is not super happy with Jared Kushner and Witkoff and how the negotiations are going. So he wanted to meet with Trump and he wanted to get his input and he wanted to change his mind on how he is dragging his feet, or at least plead his case to him. So we'll see if it works. What he says publicly is not always what he does in theory or in action in reality. So I think that we'll just have to wait and see how this all plays out.
What y'all thinking? What y'all thinking? I feel you, Italian, bro. Man, I pretty much think, man, I don't know, man. It would be hard for me to see America moving forward. We're not supporting Israel unequivocally. Real talk. I just really feel like that. There's things that Bibi does that I don't agree with, that I don't think I'll never agree with. But Bibi shouldn't be the leader of Israel forever, right? Which one of us assumes Bibi will be the leader of Israel forever? So if we wouldn't assume that, I don't think poo-poo and foo-foo on the Israeli people. Because of Bibi, we just like with President Trump, we just have to keep doing our thing. But you can't foo-foo on all the American people because of one President Trump. You'll do that at your own detriment. Am I right or wrong, y'all? Oh, baby, 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 baby. Y'all can never bore with a ghostwriter. And y'all been plugged in for less than 2 hours. The problem is with our generation, our younger generation, man, they just want to be entertained. You want to be entertained instead of educated. You know what I'm saying? And I can't entertain you guys all the time. You know what I'm saying? But I do sometimes. So what you guys want to talk about? You know, I think I pretty much cover the content. There's so many different things between the first Trump term presidency and the second Trump term presidency. So much. You know, I could have sat here and took the time easily to go over a lot of legal documents that I have due, literally, that I have to push out, literally tomorrow, and the next day, and the next day. Some that I literally hadn't even started working on. But instead, man, I decided to drink that delicious, literally, cappuccino with y'all, man, and discuss with y'all, man, on the live stream before I get too comfortable up in here. How many can have a collection of books in their home? That's a good question. I know, like, in every home that I have, pretty much, I ain't even gonna call out the family member that don't have a collection of books. She still got a bunch of books. But my pop's home, his home, he laid with books. My sister home, her home laid with books. I got a bunch of books and writings and stuff in my homes too. Like everywhere I'm going. Everywhere. I got a problem with dry skin, bro. My brothers, make sure y'all keep lotion close to you. Lotion close to you, and it's the lotion skin. It's lotion skin season, my brothers. Don't leave home without your lotion. That's when Ghostwriter need a bottle of lotion to promote. Lawsuit. Before I can even tell you what it is, I open it up, I'll tell you it's a lawsuit. Let's look it up. What? What's that saying? I can't even read that shit. By law, what? Suspension and recovery of prescribed refrigeration, what? Is subject to what? Motorcycle, what? What? I don't know what the nigga trying to say, bro. Just be real what you saying, bro. I don't know what that John talking about, man. Bro, laying it straight in the trash can on everything I love. Bro, that cappuccino be so fire. But you sending me something like this. Speeding? No. I'm finna come sue him. I'm finna sue him, y'all. It ain't just a piece of paper, bruh. Look at it closely. I'ma sue the snot out of him, y'all. Promise y'all. Look, this what y'all don't realize. I'm a good dude, bro. I don't be messing with nobody. The ones who know me know me. I had situations with state troopers, bro. I brushed shoulders with state troopers. They got to know me. They said I was old fashioned. Not violent, not evil, old fashioned. Like, meet me in the square. You get your dues, I get my dues. You feel me? We get to popping. Hey, the best man. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah, baby. We gotta get this thing. We gotta get this thing popping back up. Pop. Popping up in here, my boy. You feel me? It's that big OG. That big OG, baby. You feel me? Happy New Year's from Big Ghost Rider, man. Courtesy of Sleepy Hollow. Courtesy of the Sleepy Hollow Police Department. I appreciate that, y'all. They always send some police out there to be thirsty. And they be passing out Christmas presents. So y'all, everybody tell Sleepy Hollow Police Department thank you. Happy Christmas. Old school, baby. But look, this joint ain't old school, though. It ain't kind of good. I like that right there, though. Look at that joint, though. You feel what I'm saying? I like that joint, though. Because you can open all the way up. You know what I'm saying? Little baby boo. Little baby boo watching TV. You know what I'm talking about? Little baby boo. Me and little baby boo watching TV. You know what I'm saying? She know what time it is. Already. It's pretty straight though, man. You know what I'm saying? For what it is. Real talk. And then look, I'm live with y'all and everything, man. I'm streaming with y'all 2 hours. We still on news, man. What we talking about? Titan Brew, what we talking about, man? Look, I'm finna pop a story to y'all, man. Look. So, President Trump, man. I want to tell y'all something about President Trump. A couple of his cases. I want to shout out my girl too, man.
According to BuzzFeed.com,
Man,
when you say
up.
never again this time, girl, make sure it's never again.
Shut up.
I wasted so much of my heart on men who were draining
Man,
me and their own
stop
wives,
that, bro.
not to mention the rest of their families.
Stop that. Stop that. I didn't ask you for that. See how my stuff be tripping, bro? Now look, this is what I need you to do. I need you to say. I forgot. Yeah, I forgot what we were looking for. All right, let's see. I forgot what we was looking for, y'all. So we keep going back to that Trump Netanyahu meeting. Keep going back to it. I know if I want some proper analysis, y'all, this is how we're gonna have to do this. We're gonna have to go to Tucker or somebody. Who y'all want, Tucker or Candace? I'm gonna let the internet choose. I'm gonna just put Tucker versus Trump Netanyahu me. Watch. Trump. And I'm gonna let them do their own talking. Netanyahu. So here go the story for NBC. NBC say Trump and Netanyahu meet with Iran tensions. In Florida, peace deal. Netanyahu full. Netanyahu stares as Trump remarks on Israel extinction. Let's see this. That looks pretty interesting, y'all. Netanyahu
ordered 200
stares
hand-forged knives to my dorm room and built a Wix website to sell them. I'm Noah Rosen, founder and owner of Forged Table Knives.
I can like
Starting as a dishwasher.
them dudes who do them do.
Tell me a little bit about your.
They do stuff for clickbait. I could do this for clickbait right here. Right here. Here's the name of it. Trump makes surprise remark as Netanyahu give awkward stare.
Relationship with Prime Minister Netanyahu and how important it is for you to see him be pardoned by the Israeli president?
Look, he's a wartime prime minister. He's done a phenomenal job. He's taken Israel through a very dangerous period of trauma. Israel with other people might not exist right now, if you want to know the truth. That's a pretty big statement, but it's true. I feel that. You had the wrong prime minister. Israel right now would not exist.
Go ahead. How quickly should the folks move to phase 2 of the peace plan for Gaza?
As quickly as we can. But there has to be a disarmament, that we have to disarm with Hamas. So one of the things we'll talk about, certainly. But there has to be a disarming of Hamas. Otherwise, very quickly. Yeah.
Can you say anything more about the?
Netanyahu ain't saying nothing though. Y'all watching it, Netanyahu just sitting there, he ain't saying nothing. Trump doing all the talking, Netanyahu ain't saying
in the dock
nothing.
area where they load the boats up with drugs. They load the boats up with drugs. So we hit all the boats, and now we hit the area. It's the
Y'all let me know if y'all hear Netanyahu say something. One word.
Is no longer.
I hadn't heard Netanyahu open his mouth.
I don't want to comment.
President Trump, yesterday there was an explosion overnight, and the Russians say that Ukraine tried to hit the residence of President Putin. Do you have any information?
No, I don't know about it actually, and I don't. I just heard about it actually, but I don't know about it. That would be too bad. That would not be good.
What was the outcome of your telephone call with President Putin?
I had a very good talk this morning. I waited till this morning because it was pretty late by the time we finished, like 2:30 in Russia, 2:30 in the morning. And we had a very good talk. We spoke at 8 o'clock in the morning our time, and it was a very productive talk. I mean, we have a few very thorny issues, as you can imagine. He knows about thorny issues probably better than anybody in the world, but it's working out. We have a couple of issues that we're going to get resolved, hopefully, and if we get them resolved, you're going to have peace. You're going to have Ukraine. They're losing 26,000 soldiers a month. Can you believe it? A month, 26,000 young, beautiful soldiers, and plus some people in Kiev, and relatively small, but a lot, still people, and it's a lot of people. But 26,000 soldiers were killed last month. Yes.
President Trump, are you going to allow Turkish forces, and do you expect Turkish forces to be stationed in Gaza?
So I have a great relationship with President Erdogan, and we'll be talking about it. And if it's good, I think that's good. And a lot will be having to do with Bibi. We're going to be talking about that. For Turkey's been great, and he's been, excellent as far as I'm concerned. I don't know about you. To me,
That's good content, y'all.
he's been very good.
Real good content.
Can you tell me a little bit about your relationship with Prime Minister Netanyahu and how important it is for you to see him be pardoned by the Israeli president?
Look, he's a wartime prime minister. He's done a phenomenal job. He's taken Israel through a very dangerous period of trauma.
Do y'all agree with that or
Israel
not?
with other people might not exist right now, if you want to know the truth. That's a pretty big statement, but it's true. I feel that. You had the wrong prime minister. Israel right now would not exist because they were met with a force the likes of which very few countries could have handled. And we worked together, and we were extremely victorious, to put it mildly. Now I hear that Iran is trying to build up again, and if they are, we're going to have to knock them down. We'll knock them down. We'll knock the hell out of them, but hopefully that's not happening. I heard Iran wants to make a deal. If they want to make a deal, that's much smarter. They could have made a deal the last time before we went through, a big attack on them, and they decided not to make the deal. They wish they made that deal. So I think, again, they should make a deal. They want to make a deal, but...
What's my Adam Sandler?
I used to think that treatment meant rearranging my entire life. Ophelia has
I like
changed
that. What's my Adam
My
Sandler?
appointments are 100%.
Y'all, I got
My
go
doctor has
handle
helped me to
some business,
stay
y'all. I
on
gotta
Suboxone
head out
without
west.
jumping through hoops. They send prescriptions to
Real
your
talk,
local
though.
pharmacy, and
Like,
they
I
even
gotta
accept
handle some
Medicaid.
business. All this stuff I need to finish up out here. I really don't care how it turns because I gotta head out west. I got some business to handle out there, man. Real talk. I told y'all, man, 26, everything was gonna be different. And y'all seeing the start of it, you know what I'm saying, the last 5-6 days, you know what I'm saying, we had to get outside. I like being outside, you know what I'm saying, but, I can't tell everybody what to do. I got people I listen to. You know what I'm saying? They start telling me stuff, I start listening to them. That's the person I am. Somebody says Netanyahu is a war criminal. He should be in hard, not Mar-a-Lago. I don't know about the war criminal. He has been accused or charged with war crimes, but I don't know about him actually being a war criminal. I could say that is highly debatable, to say the least. More impressions, fresh material. Yes, indeed. It was straight fresh material all night. All night, fresh material. You know what I'm saying? What we was listening to, y'all? Let's go back to this.
What I love is that treatment fits into my day now. Ophelia gives you your.
Now I hear that Iran is trying to build up again, and if they are, we're going to have to knock them down. We'll knock them down. We'll knock the hell out of them, but hopefully that's not happening. I heard Iran wants to make a deal. If they want to make a deal, that's much smarter. You know, they could have made a deal the last time before we went through, a big attack on them, and they decided not to make the deal. They wish they made that deal. So I think, again, they should make a deal. Does anybody recognize this man? Not too many people. They've been very fair, actually, for the last 3 days.
President Trump, are you going to have green lights for another attack in Iraq?
Mr. President,
Bro, y'all watching this, bro. BB, count the words that BB, you heard BB Netanyahu say.
But there has to be a disarmament, that we have to disarm.
Count the words you hear BB Netanyahu
Things we'll
say.
talk about, certainly, but
That's all I'm
there has
saying.
to be a disarming.
Count the words you hear BB Netanyahu say.
Otherwise, very quickly. Yep.
can you say anything more about the explosion in Venezuela that you mentioned in a radio interview? Did the military do that? Can you share your details?
Well, it doesn't matter, but there was a major explosion in the dock area where they load the boats up with drugs. They load the boats up with drugs. So we hit all the boats, and now we hit the area. It's the implementation area. That's where they implement, and that is no longer around.
Is that kind of new strike that the U.S. is coming?
I don't want to comment.
President Trump. Yesterday there was an explosion overnight, and the Russians say that Ukraine tried to hit the residence of President Putin. Do you have any information?
No, I don't know about it actually, and I don't. I just heard about it actually, but I don't know about it. No.
Did you speak with?
That would be too bad. That would not be good.
What was the outcome of your telephone call with President Putin this
I had a very good talk this morning. I waited till this morning because it was pretty late by the time we finished, like 2:30 in Russia, 2:30 in the morning, and we had a very good talk. We spoke at 8 o'clock in the morning our time, and it was a very productive talk. I mean, we have a few very thorny issues, as you can imagine. He knows about thorny issues probably better than anybody in the world, but it's working out. We have a couple of issues that we're going to get resolved, hopefully, and if we get them resolved, you're going to have peace. You're going to have Ukraine losing 26,000 soldiers a month. Can you believe it? A month, 26,000 young, beautiful soldiers, and plus some people in Kiev, and relatively small, but a lot, still people, and it's a lot of people. But 26,000 soldiers were killed last month. Yes.
President Trump, are you going to allow Turkish forces, and do you expect Turkish forces to be stationed in Gaza?
So I have a great relationship with President Erdogan, and we'll be talking about it. And if it's good, I think that's good. And a lot will be having to do with Bibi. We're going to be talking about that. For Turkey's been great, and he's been, excellent as far as I'm concerned. I don't know about you. To me, he's been very good.
Can you guarantee that? Sure. Can you tell me a little bit about your relationship with Prime Minister Netanyahu and how important it is for you to see him be pardoned by the Israeli president?
Look, he's a wartime prime minister. He's done a phenomenal job. He's taken Israel through a very dangerous period of trauma. Israel with other people might not exist right now, if you want to know the truth. That's a pretty big statement, but it's true. I feel that. You had the wrong prime minister. Israel right now would not exist because they were met with a force, the likes of which very few countries could have handled, and we worked together, and we were extremely victorious, to put it mildly. Now I hear that Iran is trying to build up again, and if they are, we're going to have to knock them down. We'll knock them down. We'll knock the hell out of them, but hopefully that's not happening. I heard Iran wants to make a deal. If they want to make a deal, that's much smarter. You know, they could have made a deal the last time before we went through, you know, a big attack on them. And they decided not to make the deal. They wish they made that deal. So I think, again, they should make a deal. They want to make a deal, but sometimes that doesn't happen. Yeah, please.
Mr. Tampai, Nadav Elimelech, I-24 News Israel. Would you support the overthrow of the Iranian regime?
Who?
Iranian regime.
I'm not going to talk about overthrow of a regime. It's, they've got a lot of problems that are in. They have tremendous inflation. Their economy is bust. Their economy is no good. And I know that people aren't so happy, but don't forget, every time they have a riot or somebody forms a group, little or big, they start shooting people. You know, they kill people. And the people tend to, I've watched this for years. There's tremendous discontent. They form 100,000, 200,000 people. All of a sudden, people start getting shot. And that group disbanded pretty quickly. So I watched it for years. They're vicious people. Yeah.
Mr. President, will you support an attack, Israeli attack on Iran if Iran will not have a deal? If Iran will continue with their ballistic missiles and also nuclear weapons?
If they will continue with the missiles, yes. The nuclear, fast. Okay. One will be yes, absolutely. The other was, we'll do it immediately.
Mr. President, one of us from Channel 12 News. What are your plans regarding Gaza for the next few weeks?
Well, we're going to be dealing on Gaza. That's why this very great prime minister is here right now. We're talking about Gaza. We're talking about a lot of things. We have about 5 major subjects that we're discussing, and Gaza will be one of those subjects.
Mr. President, can you guarantee that the last hostages on Philip will be released before we continue to the second phase of the Gaza plan?
Well, let's put it this way. Every hostage just about that's been released was released because of me, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, my whole team, Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth. They were all released because of us. None were released in the Biden administration. None. They were all released because of us. Then we had a lack of releases with respect to the dead. And all of a sudden they started coming back because I said, nope. You said you could do. We have one wonderful young man whose parents are right now inside. And he's, what beautiful parents, a beautiful brother, sister, and like a beautiful family, and they're waiting for their son. It's the only one left, and we're doing everything we can to get his body back. And the parents just said, hopefully he's alive. And I said, I love you to think that way. Okay?
President Trump. Do you have President Trump?
Out of all of these people, and I'm not just talking about the final 20.
Right.
Look at all of the people. What do you think the total number
Now
is?
you in here kicking the ghost rider, baby.
255.
You feel what I'm saying? This me, bro. Politics. I'm giving y'all inside view, man.
President Trump, does the reconstruction of Gaza? President Trump, does the reconstruction of Gaza? Does the reconstruction of Gaza will begin even before Hamas is disarmed?
I think it's going to begin pretty soon, yeah.
Before
He's looking forward to it, so am I. Look, what a mess. What a mess.
Inside view, baby. Ghost rider. Life with Ghost Rider.
Centuries.
On the road with Ghost Rider, baby.
It's seems to be born for that, but we're gonna straighten it out. No, we're already starting certain things. We're doing things for sanitary conditions and others. But Gaza's a tough place. You know the expression, it's a tough neighborhood. That's truly a tough neighborhood. Yeah, you had a question in the back? Go ahead. Yeah, please, go ahead.
I'll ask you about the relationship between you and the Prime Minister.
What about it?
They said that there is no relationship, good relationship between you.
I don't think it can be better. We just won a big war together. You know, if we didn't beat Iran, you wouldn't have had peace in the Middle East because nobody would have been able, the Arab countries who have been fantastic, would not have been able to make a deal. If we didn't wipe out their nuclear, we wiped it out. If we didn't wipe out with our beautiful B-2 bombers, if we didn't, and we sent a lot of Tomahawks in there also, by the way, from a submarine.
And what about the problem that the president of Israel needs to give the prime minister?
Pardon? I think he will. How do you not? He's a wartime prime minister who's a hero. How do you not give a pardon? You know, I think it's a very hard thing not to do it. I spoke to the president, and it's on. I mean, he tells me it's on its way.
Mr. President,
You can't do better than that, right? Please.
Mr. President, can I follow up on Venezuela? Was the facility taken out by the U.S. military, or was it another entity like the CIA?
Well, I don't want to say that. I know exactly who it was, but I don't want to say who it was. But you know, it was along the shore.
If you're a small business owner like me, or you're thinking about becoming one, GoDaddy Aero makes it incredibly easy to get started online in just minutes. Let's say you want to start a business reviewing vacuum cleaners. All you have to do is enter a few keywords, and Aero will recommend the best available domains. Once you choose one, it will ask you a couple questions about your business, and then immediately start building a coming soon website for you. It's a great way to give future customers a preview while you work on building out the rest. You can also create a logo, schedule social media posts, and generate email templates, all powered by AI. If you're ready to start your dream business, give it a try.
Listen, it's called Connect Team, and it's insane. I don't do schedules or timesheets manually anymore. And it works? Oh, like you wouldn't believe it. My team puts in their availability, I click auto schedule, and boom, there it goes. No more Excel, no more phone calls, no more group chats. Perfect schedule, like that.
Damn, so all you gotta do is post it.
Yeah, my team loves that it's just one app, so they see their shifts, they can approve it, and I know it's covered.
But wait, what if there's like a last minute change? I mean, that's the afternoon gone, right?
So in that case, I just blast a shift for my team to claim, everyone sees it, and I just assign the first one to pick it up. It literally takes 2 minutes. I'm telling you, it's all in the app. So they clock in, I can see who's working, who's late, in real time, and their hours go straight to their timesheets, so I don't have to do anything.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm embarrassed to say, I used to spend 3 days prepping timesheets for payroll. Now it takes, half a day tops?
Nah, I gotta check this out.
You should.
When it comes to the art of diplomacy, there's a number of ways countries talk to each other. There's economic diplomacy. For example, I give you money and you give me oil. You know what I mean. Cultural diplomacy. I give you Louis Armstrong playing jazz at the pyramids and you let me move this oil through your canal. And then there's this.
Another lethal blow against suspected drug traffickers.
The U.S. striking another alleged drug vessel in the waters off Venezuela.
Gunboat diplomacy. Give me your oil or else.
Venezuela was ready to collapse. We would have taken it over. We would have gotten all that oil.
This is how the U.S. has dealt with Venezuela for decades. But Donald Trump has turned that dial way up. It started with missile strikes on speedboats, then an aircraft carrier moved into the Caribbean. U.S. troops deployed in Panama, and CIA operatives were sent to Caracas. President Trump says it's a war on drugs. That Venezuelan leader, Nicolas Maduro, is a so-called narco-terrorist who's flooding the U.S. with cocaine, mass violence, and sex trafficking. But it's starting to look like a war on Venezuela.
Millones de campesinos y campesinas estén preparados para tomar las armas y defender la República Bolivariana de Venezuela.
So is this really about narcotics?
Venezuela's not involved in the drug trade because the UN says they're not involved in the drug. I don't care what the UN says. The UN doesn't know what they're talking about.
Is it even about Venezuela or something else, like China and its growing influence in Latin America?
Maduro offered us a dominant stake in Venezuela's oil, gold, and mineral wealth, and promised to cut ties with Russia and China.
So how far is Trump willing to go? And will China back down? I'm Mohammed Hassan, and this is Pinch Point, where politics and geography collide. Let's play a game. Can you guess who does the most trade with these countries in Latin America? The US or China? Let's start with Brazil. Answer, China. What about Mexico? Answer, the US. Chile, China. Peru, China. Argentina, China. As you go across the region, it's clear that China has been making big moves. In the last few years, China's become South America's biggest trade partner, usurping a role the US has fought to maintain for more than 200 years. And it's always been very protective of that role. All the way back in 1823, US President James Monroe issued the Monroe Doctrine, a warning to European powers to abandon their colonial pursuits in the Western Hemisphere. Then in 1904, President Theodore Roosevelt amended that doctrine, giving the United States power to intervene militarily in Latin American countries. The Roosevelt corollary kick-started America's view of itself as world police, and over the next century began to flex its growing military power. In the 20th century alone, it sent its armed forces to Peru, Nicaragua, Mexico, Honduras, Guatemala. It occupied parts of Haiti, Cuba, the Dominican Republic, Panama, Colombia, and it helped overthrow governments in Argentina, Chile, El Salvador, Bolivia, Brazil. Honestly, it's easier to name a country that wasn't shaped by US intervention, maybe Costa Rica. Whenever a country got too cozy with a rival, Team USA stepped in to protect its interests, which throughout the 20th century can be summed up in one word: oil. And sitting at the top of this region is a country with more proven oil reserves than anywhere else in the world: Venezuela. Back in the day, the two countries were pretty friendly, and US companies had unchallenged access to Venezuelan oil fields. But that all changed in 1999, when a revolutionary socialist government led by Hugo Chavez seized power. Fiercely anti-American, Chavez focused on building closer ties with Iran, Russia, and China, and keeping Venezuelan oil firmly under state control. Here's how he described US President George W. Bush in 2006 following his invasion of Iraq.
Para decírtelo en mi mal inglés, en mi bad English, you are a donkey, Mr. Danger. You are a donkey, Mr. Bush. Si algún día se te va a ocurrir la locura de invadir Venezuela, te espero en esta sabana, Mr. Danger. Come on here, Mr. Danger.
So yeah, not a fan. The root of this tension came from Chavez's belief that the US had tried everything they could to topple him, starting with an attempted coup in 2002 where he was detained for 48 hours, to an alleged assassination attempt in 2005, to his accusation that US aid was funding opposition parties. When Chavez died and his deputy, Nicolas Maduro, took over in 2013, the US placed heavy sanctions on Venezuela, labeling it as a threat to national security. It said that Chavez and Maduro secretly fronted an international cartel called Cartel de los Soles and used the army to facilitate drug trafficking to keep themselves in power. But does this cartel even exist? There's not much evidence to prove it. According to UN data, most of the drugs that are flowing through Venezuela don't end up in the US and mostly goes to Europe. For example, if you look at where cocaine is produced and transported into the US, it's being made in Colombia and Peru and transported through Mexico. In other words, it's the US's allies who are most responsible for its drug problems. Here's the thing though. Throughout this whole ordeal, Venezuela never stopped selling oil to the US. Why?
Because of the strong economic ties between Venezuela and the United States, including the refineries in the Gulf Coast of the United States that were dependent on receiving Venezuelan crude, which is a very specific type of crude, and their refineries were designed to process that very specific type of Venezuelan crude.
Whenever it needed access to crude, the US quietly gave licenses to American companies like Chevron, allowing them to bypass sanctions. Until 2023, the US was buying half of all Venezuela's oil exports. But Venezuela was also looking elsewhere for trade, and this is where China comes in. Back in 2001, China needed large amounts of crude oil to fuel its modernization project, and Hugo Chavez needed a buyer who wasn't threatening to impose sanctions. That year, Venezuela became the first Hispanic country to sign a major trade deal with China. A year later, the US tried to overthrow Chavez in a coup, and like I said, failed. The US increasingly saw Venezuela as part of a so-called troika of tyranny with Cuba and Nicaragua, socialist governments with strong ties to China and Russia, and therefore threats to its interests in the region. But the more the US tried to isolate Venezuela, the more China stepped in to fill the gap. It gave Venezuela more than $60 billion in state loans for housing projects and helped it build railways and ports. Its cargo ships figured out how to bypass US sanctions too, by turning their transponders off in Venezuelan waters. For Venezuela, crippled by corruption and a currency in freefall, China became a lifeline. For China, Venezuela became its entry point into Latin America and a key transport hub for its Belt and Road Initiative. Since then, China began to expand its influence really quickly. In Panama, it built bridges, high-speed rail, and ports along the Panama Canal. It's investing heavily in the so-called Lithium Triangle, Argentina, Bolivia, and Chile, countries rich in the mineral vital for China's growing electric car industry. More than 20 Latin American countries have signed up for the Belt and Road Initiative, most recently Colombia. In 2024, China signed free trade deals with Chile, Costa Rica, Ecuador, Nicaragua, and Peru, and in May 2025 hosted regional leaders in Beijing, announcing a $9 billion investment line of credit. But by far, its biggest partnership in the region has been with Brazil, a key member of the BRICS economic alliance of 10 countries. The expanding economic partnership wants a new currency for international trade, much to the horror of the US. And while Brazil has downplayed this in recent months, it's made it clear it doesn't want to be, quote, fully dependent on the dollar.
You wouldn't have the dollar as your currency anymore. You wouldn't have a world domination by the dollar if I didn't win this election. BRICS was an attack on the dollar.
Ryan Reynolds here for Mint Mobile. Now, you might not know this about me, but I come from a long line of fiscally responsible Canadians. It was important to me that Mint's family plan be affordable for everyone. That's why, unlike big wireless, as few as 2 people can be on a Mint family plan and get our lowest price of just $15 a month per person. That's a deal that my great-great-great-grandpa Frederick Frugal Reynolds would be very, very proud of. I miss you, Pop. He's super dead.
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I keep track of all my tasks. I start by brain dumping everything I need to get done in a list view. Next, I set a priority and a due date to keep things on track. I create custom statuses to organize my progress exactly how I want it. I like to add the action items field so AI can show me the next steps. I add my teammates as watchers so they're in the loop. ClickUp makes work easy, from personal projects to running a multi-billion-dollar company. Click the link below to create your workspace for free.
When Donald Trump first took office in 2016, he had China in his scopes, accusing it of taking advantage of US weakness on the world stage and promoting the spread of drugs past its borders. He then hiked sanctions on Venezuela and fostered ties with right-wing leaders in Brazil, Argentina, and El Salvador. When Joe Biden replaced him in 2020, containing China's rapid growth was high on his agenda. But despite his attempts at limiting its access to vital minerals and semiconductors, the regional shift was only going in one direction. Probably the most telling moment was in November 2024, during the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Forum in Peru. President Joe Biden had gone to reassert the close ties between neighbors in the Americas, but during the forum, China inaugurated a $3.5 billion deep-water megaport just outside the capital, Lima. During a group photo to conclude the summit, China's Xi Jinping was placed front and center, right next to Peru's president. And Biden was, well, all the way back here. Ouch. By the time Trump returned to office in 2025, he was convinced something more drastic had to be done. His Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, had long advocated for a more hawkish approach in Latin America and believed the spread of China and its socialist influences was the primary threat to U.S. interests.
The Communist Party of China leads PRC, is the most potent and dangerous near-peer adversary this nation has ever confronted. They have elements that the Soviet Union never possessed. They are a technological adversary and competitor, an industrial competitor, an economic competitor, a geopolitical competitor, a scientific competitor now, in every realm. The Chinese believe that the United States are a great power in inevitable decline and that they are an inevitable rise.
Rubio began his tenure with a long tour of the region, the first time a U.S. Secretary of State had done this since 1912, making it clear that Trump's America First policy was also an America's first policy, and that he expected his neighbors to reciprocate. Their first target was Panama.
And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back.
Panama's government hit back, saying its canal wasn't up for grabs, and that it wanted no part in the US-China rivalry. But just 2 weeks later, it was forced to drop out of the Belt and Road Initiative and allow US investment company BlackRock to acquire the Panama Ports Company, which China is now trying to block with its own bid. Then in April, the US deployed troops near the canal for military training exercises, and the message couldn't be more obvious.
China did not build this canal. China does not operate this canal. And China will not weaponize this canal.
In July, the US slapped a 40% tariff on Brazilian goods in response to the jailing of the country's former president, Jair Bolsonaro, a Trump ally and a vocal critic of China. In September, Rubio placed visa restrictions on Central American nationals accused of acting on behalf of the Chinese government, which he said was a corrupt influence on the region. And then there's Argentina. President Javier Milei had publicly rejected an offer to join BRICS in 2023, vying for closer ties to the US. But facing an economic crisis and spiraling inflation, he accepted a $5 billion currency swap with Beijing in April 2025. By October, the US stepped in, offering Argentina a $20 billion loan, but only if Milei remained in power. Days later, Milei won a landslide election victory.
Argentina, I want to congratulate the victor, and he was a big victor, and he had a lot of help from us.
By now, the US Navy had become a dominant presence in the Caribbean, escalating attacks on boats alleged to be transporting drugs from Venezuela. International drug cartels were designated as terror organizations, and a $50 million bounty was placed on Nicolas Maduro's head.
CIA have authority to take out Maduro? Oh, I don't want to answer a question like that. That's a ridiculous question for me to be given. Not really a ridiculous question, but wouldn't it be a ridiculous question for me to answer? But I think Venezuela is feeling heat, but I think a lot of other countries are feeling heat too.
Now, here's what's interesting. In the background of this military escalation, Maduro tried to appease Trump, offering to open up all existing and future oil and gold projects to American companies and reverse the flow of Venezuelan oil exports from China. And initially, the US president considered the offer, but it was Marco Rubio that pushed him to reject it. Rubio firmly believed that the socialist leaders in the region relied on each other politically and economically, and that toppling Maduro would lead to the collapse of Nicaragua and Cuba. Instead, the US could get more favorable trade deals with a capitalist in charge, like Venezuela's opposition leader, Maria Corina Machado, who's currently in hiding.
Forget about the Saudis. I mean, we have more oil. I mean, infinite potential. And we're going to open markets. We're going to kick off the government from the oil sector. We're going to privatize all our industry. Venezuela has huge resources. Oil, gas, minerals, land, technology.
On October 6th, the U.S. cut all diplomatic communication with Venezuela, seemingly ending any hope of de-escalating the situation. Maduro had little choice but to plead with Trump in public.
Donald Trump, usted tiene que cuidarse, porque Marco Rubio quiere manchar sus manos de sangre, con sangre suramericana, caribeña, con sangre venezolana. Lo quieren llevar a un baño de sangre y que su apellido, Trump, se manche de sangre por los siglos de los siglos.
I chose the domain name joshharmon.tv because I think about my content like a little television show. I'm Josh Harmon. I'm a musician, content creator, and a sound effects artist. When the website came together, I had a similar feeling to how I feel when I've gotten that perfect take on one of my videos. I just like, oh my God, this is perfect.
Back backed into a corner, Maduro turned to China and Russia for help. Internal U.S. documents appear to show letters from Maduro to Xi Jinping asking for expanded military cooperation and radar detection systems. But despite issuing strong statements condemning U.S. military escalations, China seems reluctant to involve itself directly. Having already invested so much into the country, could it now decide to cut its losses?
China did not throw fresh money at Venezuela, right? They were already had loaned Venezuela quite a bit, and Venezuela was already struggling to pay back their loans. And Venezuela has defaulted on most of their debt. But Venezuela did start making oil payments to China to service some of that debt.
Even if Trump succeeds with his military aims, it could have lasting repercussions. Trump's MAGA base elected him on an anti-war platform and held him back from escalating a military confrontation with Iran in June. And while Trump made a public display of deporting Venezuelan migrants, the collapse of the government could lead to an unprecedented new wave of migration towards the U.S. border. But most starkly, what this apparent march to war has done is put the whole of Latin America on edge.
It does raise questions. Is the administration planning to take these kinds of actions in other countries where there are foreign terrorist organizations that are involved in drug trafficking? And that includes some of our closest partners in the region, and what the economic and political fallout of that could be. If the U.S. government is going to partners in Latin America and asking them to cut back on the relationship with China, one of the big questions is going to be, well, what is the U.S. government bringing to the table?
As China considers how to protect its interests in the region while avoiding a direct confrontation with its rival, it could decide that its best strategy is to sit back and hope the U.S. is making a terrible mistake.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. The U.S. launched airstrikes in Nigeria Thursday, Christmas Day, claiming it hit 2 ISIS camps in Sokoto State. The Nigerian Foreign Ministry acknowledged cooperation with the U.S., including sharing intelligence. Speaking to WABC, President Trump cast the strikes as a Christmas present.
They said, hit them on Christmas Day. It'll be a Christmas present. We hit ISIS, who are terrible. They're butchers.
The strikes came after President Trump repeatedly claimed a genocide against Christians is taking place in Nigeria. But the village that was bombed, Jabo, in northwestern Sokoto State, has no recorded history of anti-Christian terrorism, according to locals. Meanwhile, Nigeria's information minister said, quote, portraying Nigeria's security challenges as a targeted campaign against a single religious group is a gross misrepresentation of reality. It comes as a suicide bomber detonated an explosive inside a mosque in Nigeria's Borno state Christmas Day, killing 5 worshipers and injuring 35. Jennifer Kavanaugh, a director of military analysis at Defense Priorities, said, quote, the U.S. action taken in Nigeria while Americans celebrated the Christmas holiday is an unnecessary and unjustified use of U.S. military force that violates Mr. Trump's promises to his supporters to put American interests first and avoid risky and wasteful military campaigns abroad, unquote. This is Moromoke Saka, whose home was damaged in the airstrikes.
I could have been killed by now if the wall of the house that broke had collapsed on me. Praise to God Almighty, I survived.
Meanwhile, the U.S. Africa Command confirmed airstrikes against ISIS targets in Somalia over 4 days from the 22nd to Christmas Day. We'll have more on U.S. airstrikes in the region later in the broadcast. President Trump and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky met at Mar-a-Lago Sunday, where President Trump announced Russia and Ukraine are, quote, maybe very close to a peace deal. Ahead of the meeting, Russia launched a barrage of drone strikes on Kyiv Saturday in a 10-hour attack, killing 2 people and injuring 44. Hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians were left without heat as a result of the strikes. Speaking to reporters, Zelensky said the U.S. had offered a security guarantee for 15 years, while he'd asked for up to 50 years. Ahead of his meeting with Zelensky, President Trump spoke with Russian President Vladimir Putin by phone.
They're going to be helping. Russia's going to be helping. Russia wants to see Ukraine succeed. Once, it sounds a little strange, but I was explaining to the president, President Putin was very generous in his feeling toward Ukraine succeeding, including supplying energy, electricity, and other things at very low prices.
In Gaza, winter storms compounded the misery of hundreds of thousands of Palestinians living in tents after Israel's more than 2-year bombardment destroyed or damaged most of the territory's buildings. On Sunday, a 30-year-old woman was killed when a wall collapsed on her tent amidst heavy rains. Several members of her family were injured. Others faced severe flooding, frigid temperatures, and wind and rain that blew away tents. This is Wael Sheikh Khalil, a displaced Palestinian in Khan Yunis.
People hate the winter now. They used to say during the summer that the tent is very hot, but the heat is better than the cold winter. During the summer, you can go out and take off your clothes, roll up your sleeves, and walk away. But now there's no way. The covers and mattresses are all soaked in water. There is nothing to warm yourself up with.
UN and Palestinian officials estimate at least 300,000 new tents are urgently needed for about 1.5 million Palestinians still displaced by Israel's assault, as Israel continues to block the import of shelters and other aid. Meanwhile, Palestinian health officials suspended services at Gaza's Al-Adha hospital on Thursday due to a shortage of fuel. It came as human rights groups marked 1 year since Israeli forces seized Dr. Hussam Abu Safia from the Kamel Adwan Hospital in Gaza, where he served as director. He's been held by Israel without trial ever since. Advocates say Dr. Abu Safia's health has deteriorated while he's faced cruel and inhumane treatment in prison. He's among more than 430 health workers abducted by Israel from Gaza and the West Bank since October 2023. In northern Israel, at least 2 people were killed when a Palestinian man launched a car ramming and stabbing attack in the city of Afula on Friday. Israel's military said in response it's demolishing the home of the attacker and is launching raids across the town of Kabatia in the occupied West Bank. The attack came a day after an Israeli army reservist in civilian clothes was caught on video ramming his vehicle into a Palestinian man who was praying peacefully on the side of the road. The reservist had been caught on camera earlier that day shooting a rifle at residents of Deir Jarar. Israel's military said in response it had suspended the man's status as a reservist and released him to 5 days of house arrest. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has arrived in Florida for his meeting with President Trump at Mar-a-Lago. Flight tracking data shows Netanyahu's aircraft crossed Greek, Italian, and French airspace en route to the U.S. All 3 nations are signatories to the Rome Statute, which obliged them to arrest Netanyahu, who has an outstanding arrest warrant from the International Criminal Court for war crimes and crimes against humanity committed in Gaza. NBC News reports Netanyahu is prepared to brief Trump about Israel's plans to attack Iran again, citing repairs to its nuclear program following U.S. and Israeli strikes earlier this year. Meanwhile, Israel Friday became the first and only nation to recognize the breakaway Somali region of Somaliland as a sovereign state, a move that was met with criticism from UN member nations who pointed to Israel's continued unwillingness to recognize a Palestinian state. In Sudan, the United Nations warns renewed violence in the country's western and southern regions has displaced more than 10,000 people in just 3 days. Amidst intense fighting between the army and its paramilitary rival, the Rapid Support Forces. The latest violence has uprooted thousands of people near Sudan's western border with Chad and in Sudan's famine-stricken state of South Kordofan. Burma's military rulers held the first round of elections Sunday since toppling a democratically elected government in 2021. Only about a third of eligible voters cast ballots in an initial phase of the election, which will entirely exclude people in dozens of townships not under the control of Burma's military. Ahead of the election, Tom Andrews, the UN Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights in Burma, wrote, quote, "An election organized by a junta that continues to bomb civilians, jail political leaders, and criminalize all forms of dissent is not an election. It's a theater of the absurd performed at gunpoint," he said. The foreign ministers of Thailand and Cambodia met in Beijing today, days after they signed a new ceasefire agreement to end weeks of fighting along their border. The conflict has killed more than 100 people and displaced over 500,000 in both countries. A statement from the Chinese foreign minister reads, quote, "China stands ready to continue to provide the platform and create conditions for Cambodia and Thailand to have fuller and more detailed communication," unquote. Earlier, President Trump claimed the U.S., quote, "has become the real United Nations," unquote, boasting about a July ceasefire that later broke down. The British-Egyptian activist, longtime political prisoner Alaa Abdel Fattah has arrived in the United Kingdom after Egypt lifted a travel ban on him. In a statement, Al-Fattah said he would soon be reunited with his 14-year-old son Khaled. The writer and political dissident was a leading voice in the 2011 Arab Spring protests that toppled the Mubarak dictatorship. He's been repeatedly targeted by the current authoritarian government of President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi. Most recently, he was sentenced to 5 years in prison for a Facebook post. He's now pushing back against conservative and far-right British politicians who've called for his citizenship to be revoked to enable his swift removal from the UK over his past social media posts. On Sunday, Alaa apologized unequivocally for past posts that are genuinely offensive, he said, while saying other posts are being deliberately distorted and weaponized against him. A Virginia man has confessed to placing 2 pipe bombs outside the Republican and Democratic National Committee headquarters in Washington, D.C. the night before the January 6, 2021 insurrection. Brian Cole Jr. was arrested earlier this month and charged with transporting an explosive device and attempted malicious destruction by means of explosive materials. According to court papers, Cole told the FBI, quote, "Something just snapped after watching everything, just everything getting worse," he said. He also said he felt like he needed to, quote, "speak up," alleging the 2020 election had been, quote, "tampered with," unquote. Former federal prosecutors have warned Brian Cole Jr.'s defense might argue that President Trump's broad pardons of January 6 rioters could cover any crimes Cole Jr. committed. President Trump has complained about the Justice Department's release of 1 million more files related to the late serial sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. On Truth Social, Trump said in part, quote, "Now 1 million more pages on Epstein are found. DOJ is being forced to spend all of its time on this Democrat-inspired hoax. When do they say no more and work on election fraud, etc., Trump said. Meanwhile, Republican Congressmember Thomas Massey, co-sponsor of the Epstein Files Transparency Act, is criticizing the DOJ's release of the Epstein files, writing on social media, quote, "Attorney General Pam Bondi's most egregious violation of the Epstein Files Transparency Act is not that she ignores the deadline. It's that she's redacting names of accused sex offenders and internal communications about decisions, wrongly citing old rules that are overridden by new law, Massey said. This comes as Julie Brown, journalist at the Miami Herald, whose reporting led to the arrest of Epstein and his co-conspirator, Ghislaine Maxwell, said on social media, quote, "Does somebody at the DOJ want to tell me why my American Airlines booking information and flights in July of 2019 are part of the Epstein files attached to a grand jury subpoena? As the flight itinerary includes my maiden name, and I did book this flight, why was the DOJ monitoring me?" Julie Brown, the journalist, asked. The Lumbee tribe of North Carolina has secured recognition from the federal government more than 137 years since it first petitioned Congress for recognition. President Trump formalized the move Thursday when he signed the Lumbee Fairness Act as part of the $901 billion military spending bill. The Lumbee tribe is now the largest east of the Mississippi River with nearly 60,000 members. They'll now have access to federal resources from the BIA, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, including support for education, housing, and health care. And the acclaimed Palestinian actor and filmmaker Mohammed Bakri has died at 72 in northern Israel on Christmas Eve. He appeared in more than 40 films and directed documentaries highlighting the experience of Palestinians living under occupation. He was best known for his 2002 documentary, Jenin Jenin, featuring the voices of Palestinians in the Jenin refugee camp following a devastating military operation that killed 52 Palestinians. In 2007, Bakri spoke to Democracy Now! About interviewing survivors of the Jenin massacre.
They wanted to tell their stories because they were still in shock. When I came in Jenin, I was shocked with what I saw. I couldn't think, I couldn't feel. I was really just humiliated as a human being, not as a Palestinian, not as a director, not as an actor, just as a human. How come people can do such things like that in the camp?
And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.org, where you can download our news app, sign up for our newsletter, subscribe to the daily podcast, and so much more. Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Venezuela has accused the United States of the greatest extortion in history as the Trump administration ramps up economic and military pressure on Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. During an emergency UN Security Council meeting Tuesday requested by Venezuela, Russia and China strongly condemned the Trump administration's escalating attacks, including the seizure of Venezuelan oil tankers and the relentless bombings of boats in the Caribbean and the Pacific Ocean. U.S. Ambassador to the UN, Mike Waltz, told the council the Trump administration would be imposing sanctions on Maduro to the maximum extent. As critics warn, the United States is ushering in a regime change to appropriate Venezuela's resources. Venezuela holds the world's largest oil reserves. Meanwhile, Venezuela's National Assembly has passed a law enacting harsh penalties for piracy in response to the U.S. seizure of Venezuelan oil tankers. This is Venezuelan Assembly member Jorge Rodriguez.
En consideración, honorables diputadas y honorables.
In consideration, honorable deputies, those in favor of approving the second discussion of the bill for the protection of freedom of navigation and trade against piracy, blockade, and other illicit international acts, please indicate with you. The law is approved unanimously.
Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz is walking back his comments that Israel plans to resettle the Gaza Strip after suggesting the Israeli military would never leave the besieged enclave. Speaking at a settlement in the occupied West Bank, Katz mentioned Israel could establish military outposts in northern Gaza.
We are deep in Gaza, and we will never leave Gaza. We are there to defend, to prevent what happened. We are standing. As we said, we trust the Rock of Israel and the IDF in defending Israel in a fierce battle between jihadist enemies of this kind and Israeli enemies of this kind.
Since the U.S. brokered ceasefire went into effect in October, Israel's constructed at least 13 new military outposts inside Gaza, primarily located along the Yellow Line in eastern Khan Yunis, according to satellite imagery reported by Dropsite News. This comes as a former close aide to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Netanyahu asked him after Hamas's October 7th attack to come up with a plan to avoid blame for Israel's security failure. Netanyahu's former spokesperson, Eli Feldstein, made the accusation in an interview as he faces trial for allegedly leaking classified information to the press. In the interview, Feldstein said he was instructed by Netanyahu to silence calls for accountability. Meanwhile, Netanyahu appeared in court in Tel Aviv on Tuesday. He's facing charges of bribery, fraud, and breach of trust. Protesters gathered outside the courthouse.
We're here this morning, the same as every week since the beginning of the trials of Benjamin Netanyahu, protesting to make sure that these trials go as planned, that Mr. Netanyahu does not receive a pardon, does not escape responsibility for the crimes that he's being judged and the crimes that he's going to be judged for, which are the more serious ones. But he's going to pay.
In Britain, Swedish activist Greta Thunberg was arrested in London Tuesday for taking part in peaceful protests expressing solidarity with a group of Palestine Action political prisoners on hunger strike. Greta Thunberg sat outside the building of an insurance company holding a sign that said, "I support the Palestine Action prisoners. I oppose genocide," unquote. Activists said the insurance company, Aspen, provides services to Elbit Systems UK, a subsidiary of an Israeli weapons manufacturer. Earlier this year, the British government banned Palestine Action under its Terrorism Act. The Palestine Action prisoners started a hunger strike as they await trial, demanding, among other requests, to be released on bond. At least 2 of the hunger strikers have refused food for over 50 days, with doctors warning they're at risk of death. Days after the December 19th deadline for the release of all files related to the late serial sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, and under enormous pressure, the Justice Department released more than 11,000 files Tuesday, totaling nearly 30,000 pages of documents. This includes emails sent between FBI personnel back in 2019 mentioning 10 possible co-conspirators of Epstein. One is described as a, quote, wealthy businessman in Ohio. The emails also detail that, quote, 3 have been located in Florida and served grand jury subpoenas. 1 in Boston, 1 in New York City, and 1 in Connecticut were located and served, unquote. Ghislaine Maxwell is the only Epstein accomplice to be charged criminally and is currently serving a 20-year sentence on federal sex trafficking charges. The Justice Department is desperately looking to hire outside attorneys to work on redactions in the Epstein files it continues to hold. We'll have more on this story after headlines. The Supreme Court Tuesday blocked the Trump administration's deployment of hundreds of National Guard to the Chicago area. The High Court sided with U.S. District Judge April Perry, who first blocked the deployment of troops to Illinois back in October. In a 6-3 decision, the majority wrote, quote, at this preliminary stage, the government has failed to identify a source of authority that would allow the military to execute the laws in Illinois, unquote. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker hailed the ruling as, quote, a big win for Illinois and American democracy, unquote. Just minutes after the Supreme Court blocked President Trump's deployment of federal troops to Chicago, Louisiana's Republican Governor Jeff Landry announced 350 National Guard troops will arrive in New Orleans before New Year's Eve and will stay through February. The troops are expected to join Border Patrol agents who've been cracking down on immigrants in New Orleans. Meanwhile, the Justice Department is suing Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, challenging state laws that restrict immigration arrests at courthouses, hospitals, daycare centers, and public universities. ICE's so-called Operation Midway Blitz has led to the arrest of more than 4,000 people in the Chicago area. Data shows only 15% had criminal offenses, which are mostly comprised of minor traffic offenses, misdemeanors, or nonviolent felonies. Jillian Kaler, a spokesperson for Governor Pritzker, said, quote, "The Trump administration's masked agents are not targeting the worst of the worst. They're harassing and detaining law-abiding U.S. citizens and black and brown people," unquote. A federal judge ruled Tuesday the Trump administration must restore federal disaster aid to 12 states that refuse to cooperate with federal immigration enforcement. The Department of Homeland Security and the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, had reduced more than $233 million from Connecticut, Delaware, the District of Columbia, Massachusetts, Minnesota, New York, Rhode Island, Vermont, and Washington. In a statement, the Massachusetts Attorney General, Andrew Joy Campbell, said, quote, "This victory ensures the Trump administration cannot punish states that refuse to help carry out its cruel immigration agenda, particularly by denying them life-saving funding that helps prepare for and respond to disasters and emergencies," she said. The Trump administration's banned abortion care for veterans nationwide. The Department of Veterans Affairs Monday issued an internal memo confirming it'll no longer provide abortion assistance even in cases of rape, incest, or threats to life and health. The policy shift includes U.S. states where abortion is still legal. The move eliminates abortion protections issued for veterans by the Biden administration in 2022 after the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. The Center for Reproductive Rights said the rule change was ushered through by the White House Budget Director Russell Vought and VA Secretary Doug Collins, who are openly anti-abortion. Nancy Northup, president and CEO of the Center for Reproductive Rights, said in a statement, quote, "Everyone should be appalled by this heartless policy. President Trump said he would leave abortion to the states, but he continues to seize new opportunities to restrict it nationally," unquote. The Trump administration will resume garnishing the wages of people who are on default on their student loans starting in January. Billionaire Linda McMahon, head of the Education Department, told the Washington Post her agency has already notified some 1,000 student loan borrowers that their pay will be seized. Approximately 5 million people are in default. This comes after the Trump administration began withholding tax refunds and Social Security benefits from some student loan borrowers in default, as it also slashed affordable repayment options for millions of people. Persis Yu, Deputy Executive Director of Protect Borrowers, said in a statement, quote, "At a time when families across the country are struggling with stagnant wages and an affordability crisis, this administration's decision to garnish wages from defaulted student loan borrowers is cruel, unnecessary, and irresponsible," she said. Sudan's prime minister presented a plan to the United Nations Security Council Monday seeking to end Sudan's devastating war, which has led to the world's worst humanitarian crisis since it erupted in April 2023. The plan would see the UN, Arab League, and African Union monitor a ceasefire and the withdrawal of rapid support forces, paramilitaries, from territories under their control. RSF fighters would be placed in camps and disarmed. Those not implicated in war crimes would be reintegrated into society. It's highly unlikely the RSF will agree to such terms. Meanwhile, a senior UN official warned the continued flow of high-tech weaponry into Sudan is worsening an already dire humanitarian crisis. This is UN Assistant Secretary General Mohammed Khalid Khayari.
Mr. President, the continuous supply of weapons, increasingly sophisticated and deadly, remains a key driver of the conflict. Sudan is saturated with arms. Calls to end these flows have gone unheeded, and there has been no accountability.
Human rights groups have called on the Trump administration to end arms transfers to the United Arab Emirates until until it stops arming RSF paramilitaries who've committed genocide, according to an assessment by the State Department. Meanwhile, fighting continues in Sudan. On Monday, the Sudanese army announced it had recaptured a town in North Kordofan state. Elsewhere, Doctors Without Borders is warning of a rapidly spreading measles outbreak in Sudan's Darfur region, where hundreds of thousands have been displaced by an RSF offensive. In Colorado, longtime immigrant rights activist Jeanette Vizquera Ramirez has been released from ICE jail after nearly 10 months of detention. She reunited with her family on Tuesday following her release on bond. Vizquera was arrested in March, ambushed by ICE agents during her work break at Target, and later transferred to an immigration jail in Aurora run by the private prison company Geo Group. Jeanette Vizquera gained national attention in 2017 when she took sanctuary at a Denver church along with her 4 children, 3 of whom are U.S. born, to avoid deportation. I spoke to Jeanette Vizquera yesterday. We'll have more on her release later in the broadcast. And Betty Reed Soskin, the U.S.'s oldest park ranger, died at the age of 104. 104 years old. She first became a park ranger at 85 and worked at the Rosie the Riveter World War II home front National Historical Park in Richmond, California. During World War II, Soskin worked as a file clerk in a segregated union hall in the San Francisco Bay Area. In the 60s, Soskin held fundraisers to support the Black Panthers. In a 2015 interview with the Interior Department, Soskin said, quote, "When I'm on the streets or on an escalator or elevator, I'm making every little girl of color aware of a career choice she may not have known she had," unquote. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.org, where you can download our news app, sign up for our newsletter, subscribe to the daily podcast, and so much more. Good afternoon, everyone. It's really an honor to be here and to welcome you all to the Belmarsh Tribunal, convened by the Progressive International and the Wow Holland Foundation, and brought to you live on democracynow.org's website, brought to you live at the Intercept's website and at Democracy Now!'s YouTube channel and beyond. Since its first sitting, the Belmarsh Tribunal has convened the world's leading journalists, lawyers, and parliamentarians, from Professor Noam Chomsky, who just celebrated his 95th birthday, to President Luis Lula da Silva, to provide testimony to the global threat to press freedom. Today, the Belmarsh Tribunal returns here to the National Press Club for its most urgent session as the extradition case against WikiLeaks publisher Julian Assange is entering its final stage. In 2010, WikiLeaks came to this very hall in the National Press Club to premiere a video it called Collateral Murder, providing leaked evidence of U.S. war crimes that would forever change the trajectory of the war on terror and the U.S. government's repression of its critics. I remember that news conference that Julian Assange held so well. We interviewed him the next day on Democracy Now! As they revealed this video footage that they had gotten. It was video footage of a July 2007 attack by a U.S. Apache helicopter unit in an area of Baghdad called New Baghdad. There were more than a dozen men below. The Apache helicopter, you can hear them laughing and cursing inside because it's the video not of peace activists on the ground, but from inside the Apache helicopter. They request permission to open fire on this group of men. They get it, and they kill almost all of them. 2 of them worked for Reuters. The up-and-coming videographer Namir Noor Eldin was 22 years old. And the driver for so many Reuters reporters in Iraq, Saeed Shama, was 40. He had 4 children. He didn't die in the first attack, in the first blast, but as he crawled away, the Apache helicopter opened fire again and killed him. They killed more than 12 men that day. Reuters repeatedly asked for the videotape to see what happened to their colleagues, and it was only after Julian Assange and WikiLeaks released that video that they got a hold of it. And to show how important press freedom is, in the Iraq notes and Afghan war logs that WikiLeaks also released, we saw that 6 weeks before, an Apache helicopter unit was again hovering overhead. 2 men looked up, they put up their hands, surrendering to an Apache helicopter. The soldiers in the helicopter called back to base, talked to the lawyer, said, "Can we open fire?" They got permission and they blew them away, these 2 men surrendering. But the response was from above in the helicopter, you can't surrender to a helicopter. And if people had seen what had happened in February of 2007, at the time, I think an investigation would have been opened. And what happened 6 months later to Saeed and Shama and all the men in Iraq who were killed that day by the Apache helicopter unit wouldn't have happened because they would have been under investigation. Why press freedom, why freedom of information is so important? Because press freedom is really about the public's right to know. Because of these courageous revelations, Julian Assange has been charged under a more than 100-year-old act, the 1917 Espionage Act, and faces a potential 175 years in prison. Today, Julian Assange is imprisoned at the high-security Belmarsh prison outside London, where he's been held for almost 5 years as he awaits the final verdict in extradition case, the prison after which this tribunal takes its name. The Belmarsh Tribunal, inspired from the Russell-Sartre Tribunal of 1966, also known as the International War Crimes Tribunal, when representatives of 18 countries gathered to hear testimony of the war crimes committed by the United States against the people of Vietnam. The Russell-Sartre Tribunal, the Nobel Prize-winning Bertrand Russell and Jean-Paul Sartre and Simone de Beauvoir and others, that tribunal would turn its attention to Palestine in the years that followed, investigating the state of Israel for its violent occupation of the Palestinian territories and against the people of Palestine. Now, as war crimes multiply in Gaza and the West Bank, with over 17,000 people killed, over 60 Palestinian journalists killed in the past 2 months alone, the Belmarsh Tribunal takes forward the legacy of the Russell-Sartre Tribunal to hear testimony on the threats to press freedom around the world. As the members of today's Belmarsh Tribunal take their seats, the Biden administration is preparing for Assange's extradition early next year, perhaps within the next few weeks, But the international pressure for his freedom is mounting. From presidents and prime ministers to Nobel Peace Prize winners, the international community is crying out against the injustice of Assange's prosecution and its implication for press freedom worldwide. Earlier this month, U.S. Congress members from both parties came together to demand that Attorney General Merrick Garland drop the charges against Julian Assange. Meanwhile, a high-level delegation from the Australian Parliament traveled to Washington, D.C. to push a similar demand in the name of their imprisoned citizen, Julian Assange, as an Australian citizen. As yet, however, the Biden administration has not budged from its position. Assange could be extradited to the United States, possibly as early as January. That's why we're here today, to hear testimony from 13 of the world's leading journalists, lawyers, human rights defenders on the past, the present, and the future of the fight for press freedom and the persecution of Julian Assange. Sorry, I've got a little frog in my throat. I've just flown in from Dubai, where I was covering just a few hours ago, where I was covering the UN Climate Summit. And interestingly, the first summit that we covered at Democracy Now!, the first climate summit, was in Copenhagen. And as we stood outside the Bella Center, where that climate summit was taking place, we called it the Bella of the Beast, there was Julian Assange at that time, a free man. Well, I pass now to the gavel to the co-chair of today's tribunal, Ryan Grim, who is the DC bureau chief of The Intercept and author of the book that was just published this past week, The Squad, AOC, in the Hope of a Political Revolution. To Ryan Grim.
Thank you, Amy, and thank you to everybody for coming out here today. I'm going to be quick so we can move to the distinguished testimonies that we're going to receive. Amy spoke eloquently about the way that the persecution of Assange is such a threat to press freedom. And I wanted to speak a little bit more specifically about the charges themselves. And I know that in some ways it can be naive to kind of even engage with the actual indictment, because what Amy described is what is actually at play here. But if he is extradited, it is going to have to go to court, and it will be worked out. And so the law does matter. And I wanted to speak about the charges kind of as an investigative journalist, somebody who I've seen myself as a competitor many times with Assange. He would always crush me. And I think that the animosity that you see from so many journalists toward him is not unrelated to that he has broken more big stories in his career, perhaps, than collectively the rest of journalism combined during the time that he's been a journalist. And I think that's very hard for other journalists to take. But so I want to talk about two specific elements of the indictment. First of all, there's a myth out there that he's being charged as a hacker and not for publishing. If you do a Control F in the indictment for publishing, you will find it multiple times. It's just simply a lie. He is charged with publishing classified information. You often hear him described as a traitor, that there was some treason involved. I can't think of anything more absurd to charge somebody with who isn't an American citizen. The time that he was here in this room may be the only time he's been to the United States. If he's been here more than that, it's not much. So if you've barely ever even visited a country, how can you commit treason against it? The idea that say, I have committed treason against Saudi Arabia for reporting on them, or the UAE, is just as absurd. And they would love nothing more than to be able to make that the bar, so that if you're traveling anywhere around the world, you say, well, here are our laws around press freedom. He violated them. We're extraditing him to our country. So the two key points here. One is this idea that he asked Chelsea Manning to go ahead and get information for him. For one, investigative journalists do this all the time. We are constantly getting leaks from sources, and then we'll say, what else do you have that can confirm this? What else do you have that can contextualize this? If what he did is illegal, then everything that every investigative journalist does when they're doing investigative journalism is illegal. And in one way, that is the goal of the indictment. The phrase that he used was even careful when he was chatting with Chelsea. He said, she said, this is mostly all I have. Do you want me to see if I can get anything else? He said, curious eyes never run dry in my experience. So he was being careful about what he said. But even if he had said, yes, we want more, that's what journalists do. They want more information. The second key part is the way that they talk about how he offered to help Chelsea to break a hash that would give her anonymity as she was obtaining and providing this information. To me, that's no different than any journalist who tells a source, put a potted plant on this side of your door, and that will be a signal that we're going to meet in a parking garage. Put a potted plant on this side of the door, and it'll be a signal that we're not. That's back in the low-tech Watergate days. Today, it would be contact me on Signal. Here's how you reach out to me so that you're going to be protected. It would also be describing you in a vague way in an article so that the authorities do not know who the source is. All of these things are basic source protection methods that he was engaged in with her. And to frame that as criminal activity, which the indictment does, is a direct threat to any journalism that is not just repeating, on the record statements from authorities, which is not an accident. And just finish with the key point that of the crimes, that were exposed to the world by Chelsea Manning to Julian Assange, only 2 people have ever been punished for that, and that's Chelsea Manning and Julian Assange. And so, Amy, do you want to introduce our first speaker? Thank you.
Well, our first witness today at the Belmarsh Tribunal is Ewan MacAskill, internationally renowned journalist and defense and intelligence correspondent at The Guardian. Ewan and his team share the Pulitzer Prize for Public Service for their coverage of information disclosed by whistleblower Edward Snowden. Ewan MacAskill.
It's a real pleasure to be here. I was at the Belmarsh Tribunal in London, but I think it's more important to be at this one in Washington, because this is where the story is really going to happen. Just one elephant in the room to get out of the way. I'm Scottish. I think that's kind of obvious. So some Americans panic when they hear a Scottish accent, but I'll speak more slowly than usual. Thanks, Amy. Amy and Ryan covered 2 points, one about collateral murder, and Ryan was good in the way journalists actually work and deal with sources. But I'll come back to it. Part of the reason I'm here is from 2007 to 2013, I was the Guardian's Washington bureau chief. And so I was here in 2010 when this story broke. I wrote some of the stories from the cache of documents that Julian Assange and WikiLeaks provided. And I covered the reaction from the White House State Department and others. I know there's quite a lot of hostility, particularly in the left in America, towards Julian Assange over what happened in 2016 in the White House elections. But maybe it's a bit presumptuous for somebody who's not American to ask you to park that, because this extradition has nothing to do with 2016 in Russia. These this extradition is almost exclusively, although there's some extra hacking allegations, is mainly to deal with what happened in 2010. And those leaks, as Amy said, are an act of journalism. They are a public service. If not for Julian Assange and WikiLeaks and Chelsea Manning, we wouldn't have known about the Apache attack in Iraq. Up to that point, we didn't really know what was happening in the war in Iraq and Afghanistan, at least not in a realistic way. Those war logs provided an account of how the US and its allies were losing the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, contrary to the public line that they were actually winning them. That's akin to what Daniel Ellsberg did with the Pentagon Papers in the 1970s over Vietnam. There are lots of other stories there, hundreds of stories that were in the public interest from the diplomatic cables. The fact that the US was spying on the then Secretary General Ban Ki-moon and other UN officials, stories about Saudi plans or Saudi desire for an attack on Iran, stories about what US diplomats really thought about Arab dictators, and that some ways that contributed to the Arab Spring. Now, these are all acts of journalism, and they should be welcomed. That's what journalists are supposed to do. In the UK, Assange has been, first he was in the Ecuadorian embassy, and as Amy said, he's been in Belmarsh now for almost 5 years. But there's very little coverage in the UK press on Assange. The idea that a journalist publisher could be in a high security jail and nobody's paying much attention seems almost inconceivable to me. But it's almost never reported. Apart from when he was first arrested and taken to Belmarsh, there's been very little reporting. There's not much reporting in the US either. There's exceptions like Ryan, and the New York Times published an editorial in support of Assange in conjunction with The Guardian, Le Monde, and others. But these are rare events. You hardly ever hear anything in the States about Assange. But he will be extradited. I'm pretty sure he will. I know the way the UK courts work is politically motivated. That court will agree to the extradition of Assange. When the UK is so close to the US, they're reliant on intelligence sharing. So when the US asks for something from the UK, they nearly always comply. So the chances are that Assange is going to come back here. Then it will be a big story, and people will be all over it. They'll be talking about press freedom. And if you're going to influence this, you need journalists to be writing about it already. You need US journalists to be putting in freedom of information requests. Maybe Ryan is already doing that. You need investigations. You need journalists in America tapping their sources in the White House or State Department or the Justice Department and doing stories. You need activists writing to the members of Congress. You need to sort of generate some sort of buzz around this story. Again, I apologise, I'm coming from Britain and I shouldn't be telling Americans what they should be doing. But I said that in 2010, I went to the State Department and Hillary, the day the first of the cables were released, and Hillary Clinton was sort of visibly annoyed and angry and said it was an attack on the international community. Joe Biden, then Vice President, described Assange as a high-tech terrorist. Now, there's no reason to think that Biden has necessarily changed his view, but it's coming up to the election year, and you've got to wonder, unless there's pressure on him, he can just ignore this, but if there's pressure on him, then he might think, I've enough concerns in the election year to avoid being sidetracked by something like a freedom of the press argument. So if the people in this room and the people watching were to engage in pressure on their members of Congress, try to get journalists' interest, then that's the best thing that could happen for Assange. Amy mentioned that he's in Belmarsh prison. You might not be aware, Belmarsh is the maximum security prison in the UK. Many of the inmates there are terrorists convicted of fatal attacks in Britain, serial killers. The idea that Assange, even if you accepted that he was maybe guilty of some sort of computer hack thing, they're the very lowest of the charges against him. He should not be in that company. The idea, it tells you everything you need to know about Britain, that they would put Julian Assange, the messenger, the person that told us the truth, should be put in a high security prison. This will be the 5th Christmas that he spent in Belmarsh. The court case is, the final court case in Britain, an appeal is pending. At any point, the judges will announce the date for the ruling. They'll give 3 weeks' notice, then they'll give their ruling. Within hours of that, he could be on a flight to the US. It might go to the European Court of Appeal, and Britain, which is an ambivalent attitude towards the court, may sort of delay things, or it may just decide we don't care about the European Court, he's off to America, and now it's in American hands. And this is sort of final point. Whenever people talk about Assange, especially journalists, they say this is a dangerous precedent for journalists. It really is. The US has constantly tried to muddy the waters, saying that Julian Assange isn't a journalist, he's not a publisher. It doesn't matter. These are just labels. In this modern day where journalism takes lots of forms and people can be journalists from their own laptops at home, these old labels don't matter that much. What matters is this was a serious act of journalism. He provided a public service. And if journalists are going to be prosecuted under the Espionage Act, designed to deal with German spies or during the First World War, then that is a serious matter for investigative journalists and journalists engaged in reporting national security. Any journalist engaged in reporting national security is then in danger of being charged under the Espionage Act. If Julian Assange can be charged, then theoretically, journalists like my former editor, Alan Rudsbridger, at the time of Snowden, which is a much more serious case than the 2010 WikiLeaks ones, with the US thought, okay, Alan Rudsbridger is guilty of damaging US security. He might be British, but we'll take him back to the States under the Espionage Act. Or the editor of Der Spiegel or Le Monde or El País, or reporters like me, Glenn Greenwald and Laura Poitras, should they be charged under the Espionage Act? And it's not about just foreign journalists like me or The Guardian. This could eventually, you could see American journalists also being prosecuted. That might seem fanciful, and it's hard to imagine Biden prosecuting reporters from the New York Times or wherever. But under a Trump presidency, maybe it's not so fanciful.
Thank you, Owen. It's on. Our Our next witness at the tribunal is John Kiriakou. He's a journalist, whistleblower, and former intelligence officer for the CIA. After leaving the CIA, Kiriakou became the first former CIA officer to confirm that the agency waterboarded detainees in the course of its so-called war on terror. In 2012, Kiriakou became the first CIA officer to be convicted of disclosing classified information and the only CIA agent to go to jail in connection with the U.S. torture program. Today, he is one of the nation's foremost defenders of the First Amendment. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, friends. I'm honored to be here to speak in support of Julian Assange. Amy said something very important, I think, in her introductory comments, and that is that Julian most likely will be extradited sooner rather than later. And I want to talk about that because I think we should hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. So in preparation for the worst, let's talk about solitary confinement. First, I want to say unequivocally that the Justice Department is lying to everybody. Everybody. It is not up to the prosecutors to decide who goes to solitary and who doesn't. That is the sole discretion of the Federal Bureau of Prisons, and never the two shall meet. So prosecutors can tell Julian's attorneys all they want. We promise he won't be put in solitary. We promise he won't be put in a communications management unit. Those are empty promises. So let's talk about solitary confinement. Believe it or not, solitary confinement as a punishment was invented in the United States of America. In 1829, the government built a facility in Philadelphia. Now it's in downtown Philadelphia. Back then it was out in the hinterland, called the Eastern State Penitentiary. It was a maximum security penitentiary, Gothic in style, made of stone. And the idea was that if you take a criminal and put him in a 6-foot by 10-foot cell with a bed, a chair, a bedpan, and a Bible, and no human contact, he'll spend all of his time reading the Bible, and he'll come out as a reformed and good human being. But instead, everybody went insane. Literally, they went insane. And we never learned a lesson from that experience. I want to share with you the words of just a few people who have spent time in solitary. Before I give you their words, I want to remind you that the United Nations has declared the U.S. practice of using solitary as a punishment to be a form of torture. That's from the United Nations. It's not from John. It's a form of torture. Anything longer than 15 days is a form of torture. But in this country, we keep people in solitary confinement for currently as long as 44 years. Can you imagine 44 years with no human contact? First, I want to tell you about Cesar Villa. He is currently a prisoner in the Pelican Bay State Prison in California. He wrote this recently, following his 12th year in solitary confinement. He said, "Nothing can really prepare you for entering solitary. It's a world unto itself where cold, quiet, and emptiness come together, seeping into your bones and then eventually into your mind. The first week I told myself, this isn't so bad, I can do this. The second week I stood outside in my underwear, shivering as I was pelted with hail and rain. By the third week, I found myself squatting in a corner of the yard, filing my fingernails down over concrete walls. My sense of human decency dissipated with each day. At the end of the first year, my feet and hands were split open from the cold. I bled all over my clothes, my food, between my sheets. My sense of normalcy began to wane. Although I didn't realize it at the time, looking back now, that's when my mental unraveling must have begun. My psyche had changed. I had gone insane. I would never be the same." Thomas Silverstein, who spent 28 years in solitary confinement at the U.S. Penitentiary in Atlanta, said, "My cell was so small that I could stand in one place and touch both walls simultaneously. The ceiling was so low that I could reach up and touch the hot light fixture. My bed took up the entire length of the cell and there was no furniture otherwise. The walls were solid steel and painted white. The lights were always on. Shortly after I arrived, the prison staff began construction, adding more bars and other security measures to the cell while I was still in it. It's hard to describe the horror I experienced during this construction process. As they built new walls around me, it felt like I was being buried alive. Due to the unchanging bright artificial lights and not having a wristwatch or a clock, I couldn't tell if it was day or night. Frequently, I would fall asleep, and when I woke up, I wouldn't know if I had slept for 5 minutes or 5 hours. I had no idea what time of the day it was. I now know that I was housed there for about 4 years, but I would have believed it was more than a decade if that's what somebody had told me. It seemed eternal and endless and immeasurable, and just after he wrote those words, he died, still in solitary confinement. One more person, William Blake, spent 25 years in solitary. He said this, "Solitary is a sentence worse than death. I've experienced times so difficult and felt boredom and loneliness to such a degree that it seemed to be a physical thing inside of me, so thick it felt like it was choking me, trying to squeeze the sanity right out of my mind, the spirit from my soul, and whatever life was left in my body. I have seen and felt hope become like a foggy, ephemeral thing, hard to get a hold of, even harder to keep a hold of as the years and then the decades disappeared behind me while I stayed trapped in the emptiness of solitary. I've seen minds slipping down the slope of sanity, descending into insanity, and I've been terrified that I would end up going like the guys around me that have cracked and become insane. It's a sad thing to watch a human being go insane before your eyes because he can't handle the pressure of the box and the pressure that the box exerts on your mind. But it's sadder still to see the spirit shaken from the soul, and it's more disastrous. Sometimes the prison guards find us hanging and blue. Sometimes our necks are broken when we jump from our beds, the sheet tied around the neck that's also wrapped around the grate, covering the light in the ceiling, snapping taut with a pop. I've seen the spirit leaving men in solitary, and I've witnessed the results. And it's a nightmare. That is what the plan is for Julian Assange. So when they tell you, no, we're not going to put him, we promise we won't put him in solitary confinement, that has as much weight behind it as me promising that I won't put him in solitary confinement. So rest assured, they're lying to us just like they're lying to him. So what do we do next? Thank you. What do we do next? Next is we have to keep fighting. Whether we fight Merrick Garland or Joe Biden, or we fight on the airwaves to try to influence the jury, the fight really has just begun. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, John. Our next witness, Savim Dadalin, comes from Germany to join today's tribunal. Savim has been a member of the German Bundestag since 2005, where she sits on the Foreign Affairs Committee. She is a member of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly and a deputy member of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. Thank you.
Thanks, Ryan. Thank you, dear friends. Just allow me to say a word in the light of the UN Security Council meeting last night regarding the call for an immediate and humanitarian ceasefire in Gaza. I think it's really the veto of the United States of America is a shame, is a scandal, and it all shows us that the talks about Western values is nothing than a farce. And the Western press coverage about Gaza also shows us how much we need the voice of Julian Assange, who once said, if wars can be started by lies, peace can be started by truth. So, over 11 years ago, I had the honor and opportunity of being the first parliamentarian to visit Julian Assange during his asylum in the Embassy of Ecuador in London. For over 11 years, Julian has been deprived of his liberty, spending 7 years as a political refugee in the Ecuadorian embassy and more than 4 years as a political prisoner in the high security prison in Belmarsh in London. Over the course of these 11 years, the persecution of Julian Assange has been continually ramped up. Today, he is facing the end of a show trial which is completely unworthy of a rule of law state, and he's closer to extradition to the United States than ever before. Julian is facing charges because he published information on US war crimes. And it is not only Julian who is in the dock. It is also people's right to know the truth, the right of every journalist worldwide to inform the public about unacceptable situations or the crimes of the powerful without fear of state persecution and repression. And it's also the right of parliamentarians to know the truth about their governments, what they're doing, that all the talks about surgery, clean wars, is nothing than bullshit, because all wars are brutal and not clean. Julian Assange is joined in the dock by what people in our hemisphere like to proclaim as Western values, no less. Julian's crime is to have exposed more than anybody else the double standards of the Western community of values to which he has himself ultimately fallen victim. And this is the reason behind attempts to punish and make an example of him. The persecution of Julian by the US government is aimed at silencing him and silencing the truth. The fact that the rest of the Western states are generally standing idly by is a disgrace and serves to undermine our own credibility. Yet across the world, numerous people of organizations have refused to stand idly by. They have even organized resistance against the persecution of Julian Assange, against the unprecedented attack on press freedom. In 2020, in Germany, for example, only a few months after the beginning of the extradition proceedings against Julian, we founded a cross-party parliamentary group entitled Freedom for Julian Assange, which involves members of the German Bundestag from all democratic parties, and then we follow up with building these kind of groups in some other countries in Europe. 2 years later, shortly after the British government had agreed to Julian's extradition to the United States, we at the German parliament successfully adopted, with a large cross-party majority, a resolution calling for Julian Assange's release. And in this petition, the German Bundestag condemns for the first time the political persecution of Julian Assange as an attack on press freedom, and calls on the federal government to work towards his release from custody in the United Kingdom and to advocate in its dealings with the US government for an end to his persecution. This success is just one example of a growing worldwide movement campaigning for Julian Assange's liberty and for protecting press freedom. Although these developments are encouraging, we must not forget that the decisions on Julian Assange's future and life are taken in Washington alone. It is here in the United States of America that the persecution of Julian began, and it is here it can and must be ended. It is therefore encouraging that representatives, colleagues of mine from both the House and the Senate, have now come together to call on the Biden administration in a bipartisan letter to end the persecution of Julian Assange. Now that the extradition of Julian is coming closer, it is up to us to increase the pressure further and unite forces. Over the last few days, I have held discussions, among others, with colleagues from the United States Congress and promoted the idea of a transatlantic initiative campaigning for Julian Assange's freedom. When governments get together and strive to rid themselves of democratic oversight by silencing one of the most important chroniclers of the contradictions and shortcomings of their policies, then we all have to have a collective democratic duty to resist this. Calling for freedom for Julian Assange means campaigning for the truth and defending the fundamental rights which are the very foundation of our societies. There is too much at stake to allow party divisions or the ocean between us, which separates us, to prevent us from uniting. Free Julian Assange, free press freedom, and free the truth. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next up is Lina Atalla. She is the co-founder and chief editor of Marmasser, one of Egypt's leading news outlets. In 2020, she was awarded the Knight International Journalism Award from the International Center for Journalists. After we covered the UN Climate Summit in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt last year, we went to Cairo to Lina's offices to interview her. Incredibly brave journalist who had been jailed, who'd been detained. Late last month, she was summoned to appear for questioning before the Cairo Appeals prosecution for her courageous coverage of what has been happening in Gaza. For this reason, she could not make the trip to join us here at the Belmarsh Tribunal. She joins us now by video from Cairo.
Hi, my name is Lina Atalla. I'm a journalist based in Cairo. I'm also the founding editor of Marmasser, an independent, also Cairo-based news website. I so happen to be facing right now prosecution for coverage we have done in the recent days about pressure being put on Egypt to accommodate Palestinians displaced in the current Israeli war in Gaza. Some of the charges I'm facing, which include publishing false news, could land me a jail sentence. But I also want to go back to 10 years ago and even more when I was involved in covering cables revealed by WikiLeaks for this newsroom and for the previous newsroom I was working with. We so happen to have been some of the few publications that were involved in the cables coverage, especially cables addressing very local issues that would require contextualization as well as further reporting to explain their informational value in the moment they were revealed. In fact, some of the cables I covered involved Egypt's political management of the Sinai Peninsula, which has historically been the hoped-for site for the displacement of Palestinians of Gaza by Israel and its allies for years and years. To keep covering this issue and many others in Egypt today means to constantly hunt for leaks, depending on the willful treason of those who see the value of public interest and information hidden from them. In fact, on the sidelines of working on the leaks revealed by WikiLeaks, we learned that journalism is originally an act of treason, breaking open the closed doors of knowledge guarded by the clerics and their secularized political successors today. So WikiLeaks, in that sense, was a foundational moment for journalism. But some of the leaks are cables coming from one of the most powerful political enterprises in the world, if not the most powerful, and that the price being paid for it are grave charges and endless prosecutions are telling facts of the ultimate threats to our public right for information. These are the limits that won't be avoidable under democratic rule and liberal values triumphing the public right to know. These are the limits that power will always manage to push for, and these are the limits that would send those who challenge them to jail and assign them to ongoing pursuit. Today, and especially with the ongoing war next door, I feel that such references as freedom of expression, public interest, right to information, among other foundational references, can increasingly be parked aside as casualties of power. I'm not fooled that these references can be activated in their absolute meaning, or that they are enough to protect our practice as journalists or whistleblowers, or our rights as people by and large. But I'm increasingly alarmed by the ease of their erosion in this moment. As generative as crises tend to be, I also hope that this is a moment of reckoning, that where new intellectual frameworks and political strategies can emerge to protect our right to share and receive crucial information, frameworks and strategies that can keep pushing the boundaries of knowledge and that can liberate Assange and all those divulging important secrets of power. Thank you very much.
Again, that's Lina Atalla, co-founder and chief editor of Madamasar, as she talks about the significance of WikiLeaks for journalism and democracy today. She has also been fighting for the release of the Egyptian political prisoner Alaa Abdel Fattah and many other political prisoners who are held in Egypt, which helps to explain the enormous pressure she is under right now. We turn now to the next witness at the Belmarsh Tribunal, Abby Martin, investigative journalist, host of the Empire Files, an independent documentary and interview series reporting on conflicts, repression, and the future of the First Amendment. She's been active as an editor and international journalist for more than a decade, published several books and directed several movies, most recently, Gaza Fights for Freedom.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to be on this panel and to be with all of you here today for this very important call to action. The past 8 weeks have been the deadliest on record for journalists, with 60 confirmed killed in Gaza so far. They are being targeted for assassination, many alongside their entire families. The reporters who remain say that their press vests, which should be their protective barrier from bombs and bullets, are actually what is marking them for murder. The genocide in Gaza has been exposed by these heroes. The only way the world knows the depth of crimes committed by the US and Israel, things that would otherwise remain hidden for years, is because journalists are able to document them on their phones and instantly upload them for the world to see. The Iraqi people did not have the capacity to film their reality when a crime of this scale was being committed to them. They had no ability to break through the lies and propaganda disseminated by our so-called free press. Instead, it was whistleblowers like Sergeant Joe Darby who leaked the infamous Abu Ghraib torture photos, which dealt a major blow to the US war effort. Imagine for 1 second if the Bush administration locked up the CBS reporter who dared to publish those. Iraqis didn't have social media, but they did have WikiLeaks, which finally showed the world what American forces had kept hidden for so long. Washington worked very hard to control where journalists could access and what they could and could not report. WikiLeaks was the antidote for that lack of free press during what was the greatest atrocity in the modern era. The Iraq war logs forced Americans to confront what the United States was doing in our names. They gave proof to Iraqi society the extent to which US soldiers had been killing civilians. And the revelations made the occupation untenable. Chelsea Manning and Julian Assange helped end the Iraq War. Forgive the repetition, but I think this quote bears repeating. Julian Assange once declared that if wars can start with lies, peace can start with the truth. Those words ring as our beacon when we look at the threat that truth poses to power, the powers that decide who lives and who dies, how wars start and how wars end. Truth poses the ultimate threat, indeed. It gives the peons the power to know and the agency to act. That's why Julian Assange is deemed enemy number one. Let's turn to Gaza once again, where not only journalists, but Palestinians who become viral, like our great late friend, Rifat al-Arer, are openly assassinated for exposing Israel's crimes. Let's not forget the CIA tried to do the exact same thing to Julian Assange. They wanted to kill him for the same reason that Israel is killing Palestinian journalists. But America is not as brazen as Israel and needs to maintain this veneer of respectability, humanitarianism, and democracy. So instead, they chose a different means to the same end, silencing him, punishing him, and taking away his life by throwing him in a dungeon. And they relied on the willing agents of empire, the dutiful media stenographers, to articulate to us why Assange is not a journalist and persecute him at the stake. Assange has been in prison for so long, it actually might be hard to remember what it was like when WikiLeaks came out. It's hard to remember how much of a relief it was to witness an organization braving the truth, armed with proof, a figurehead that challenged power in such a superb way. Remember what an exciting moment that was? A triumph of public interest journalism, which was finally shining a spotlight on the crimes the Pentagon was committing in the shadows. WikiLeaks was celebrated as the important public service that it was, and Assange was heralded as the heroic leader. And as an aspiring journalist, I was so moved by his conviction and voice. So much has happened since he's been gone. Leaders have risen and fallen. Movements have been sparked and extinguished. Looking back at the legacy of WikiLeaks and how much of its revelations provided a foundational knowledge for the machinations of empire and the state and geopolitics today, I am eternally grateful. We turn to the bloodletting in Gaza. It's because of WikiLeaks that we know about Israel's intent to keep Gaza's economy on the brink of collapse. It's people teetering above humanitarian crisis. We can thank WikiLeaks for revealing the strategy of wanting Hamas to govern the Gaza Strip so they can deem 2.3 million civilians there a hostile entity worthy of collective punishment, and as we've seen plainly today, death. We've all seen how the US government prosecutes whistleblowers with extreme prejudice. No one embarrasses them without paying dearly in prison. But Assange's case took the state's vengeful prosecution to a new and extremely dangerous level. Assange did not steal or leak any government secrets. He never committed any crime. He published and exposed the crimes. That's why the Espionage Act was enacted over 100 years ago, to prevent the interference in the war effort. As President Woodrow Wilson stated when he oversaw the creation of this archaic and draconian law, such creatures of passion, disloyalty, and anarchy must be crushed out. The case against Assange is unprecedented. It breaks new legal ground that has profound implications for not just every journalist, but every citizen. This case criminalizes journalism. It criminalizes dissent. What's happening to Julian Assange will have a chilling effect that will resonate for generations. This is what will happen to you if you try to replicate Assange's work. This too can be your fate if you dare to challenge us. And let's remember, the US government has no credibility on this issue. They weaponize the notion of a free press to only ostracize, sanction, and try to kill their enemies, take down governments, while their closest enemies are the most horrific on freedom of the press: Saudi Arabia, Uganda, Israel, right? How can we trust an institution like this to tell us who is a journalist and who is not? Who is worthy of doing journalism? How is it acceptable that the perpetrators of the illegal invasion of Iraq are the ones who get to decide if the man who exposed their crimes is a journalist? We cannot let a conflict of interest of this magnitude prevail. Julian Assange is the voice of the people, and we must free him. Thank you.
Our next witness is Mikhail Zontheimer. Unfortunately, he couldn't be with us today. He's an acclaimed German journalist and historian who has several decades of experience working in journalism and editing. He was the founder of the German newspaper Tageszeitung and its main editor. Later, he worked for Die Zeit, and as correspondent for Der Spiegel, he worked on the WikiLeaks revelations and Julian Assange's refuge in the Ecuadorian embassy. And here is Mikhail joining us from Germany.
My name is Michael Zontheimer. I'm a journalist from Germany, from Berlin. And back in 2010, I got in contact with an organization called WikiLeaks. I was a member of the editorial staff of Der Spiegel, back then the biggest news magazine in Europe. And soon after that, Der Spiegel cooperated with The Guardian, the New York Times, the Le Monde stepped in, and Paris as well. We cooperated with WikiLeaks by publishing secret US documents, mainly military documents, which were provided by a military analyst called Bradley Manning, today and Chelsea Manning. These documents showed, among others, serious war crimes by American soldiers in Afghanistan and in Iraq, especially shocking and horrible was the video called Collateral Murder by WikiLeaks, in which you can see how a Apache helicopter is circling above Baghdad and deliberately killing two Reuters journalists and civilians. These publications had quite an impact. They were well recognized all around the world, and the responsible American institutions obviously were quite annoyed about being exposed that way. The WikiLeaks also published in 2010 with Der Spiegel and all the other journalists, we published the so-called diplomatic cables, more than 90,000 emails by American diplomats, which shows the arrogance in which quite a few US diplomats looked at other countries in the world. So the Department of Justice in Washington started a criminal investigation, not alone against Julian Assange, but also against other members of the WikiLeaks staff. And parallel to that, a defamation campaign or character assassination campaign was launched against Julian Assange. He was depicted as a rapist raping two women in Sweden, as a narcissist, as a crazy person, as whatever. And this worked. The many liberals or left people who had supported WikiLeaks and Julian Assange, didn't know what to do. And Assange was quite isolated and saw no other way than to flee and then to run into the Ecuadorian embassy in London and apply for political asylum, which was eventually granted to him in 2013. But it was a kind of, quite luxurious, but it still was a prison. He was in the embassy for 6.5 years, complete surveillance, microphones, cameras all over, and the material was sent to the United States. And on the other side, WikiLeaks continued to publish the material, but in the end, the pressure of the United States government on the Ecuadorian government was so strong that the Ecuadorians withdrew the political asylum of Julian Assange, and he was arrested by British police more than 4 years ago, and since then, as we know, he's in a high security prison. Meanwhile, it took a while, but meanwhile, all important journalist associations and institutions and human rights organizations and NGOs are demanding the immediate release of Julian Assange. And in this context, I find it very embarrassing that the German foreign minister, Mrs. Annalena Baerbock, had demanded the release of Julian Assange during her election campaign, but as soon as she was elected, she didn't comment anything anymore on Julian Assange. And meanwhile, she or her spokespeople keep saying, we trust in the rule of law in the United States and in the UK. I mean, how can you trust in the rule of law of a country where the most powerful secret service, the CIA, has been discussing if it wouldn't be an option to kill Julian Assange in the Ecuadorian embassy or just to kidnap him. I mean, this was never planned. It didn't happen, but I mean, we know how powerful the American Secret Services are, and that is, I think, the reason why Julian Assange is still in prison. Although in South America, more presidents or heads of states or prime ministers have come up demanding freedom for Julian Assange, and especially in his home country in Australia, the political movement is quite strong to bring him home. The Prime Minister Albanese has said several times enough is enough. But I mean, the Americans in its almost natural arrogance and their powerful secret services, they obviously want to state an example, to teach journalists worldwide a lesson that if you interfere with American military and secret services, you won't be happy in your life in the future. That's the lesson which journalists should not take, but it is difficult to ignore the dangers posed for media freedom worldwide, the danger posed by the American government.
That's Michael Sondheimer. Now to our next witness, the legendary investigative reporter Mark Feldstein currently holds the Richard Eaton Chair of Broadcast Journalism at the University of Maryland, 20 years as an award-winning on-air investigative correspondent at outlets like CNN and ABC News. Mark.